item for all Salone people and then party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like Salone discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour, and the Gladi program. Look me, I look you. All this they start soon na www.sierragemedia.org. Now who's tem these?
The total population of Sierra Leone in 2019 was stated approximately at 7.8 million. And the most common cancer reported in 2018 was breast cancer, with an incidence rate of 25.1% and a mortality rate of 19.2%. Ward 2 at the Connaught Hospital, Freetown, is a female surgical ward that cares for patients requiring breast surgery, chemotherapy, and palliative care. General surgery also admits to the ward as see fit. The ward is in need of a significant refurbishment and has a major impact on patient assessment and delivery of treatment, dignity, comfort, and infection control measures. The current ward area presents a significant challenge to infection control. There is no fit for purpose or adequate personal hygiene facilities. The showers and sanitary areas are in poor condition and are difficult to clean. The flooring is deteriorated. Overall deco and fabric of the walls need repair and full decoration. Furniture, cupboards, and shelving require replacement. The sluice, known to be the dirty utility room, is in poor condition and needs replacing. Windows need to be replaced as current windows bring in draughts, dust, debris, mosquitoes, and rodents. There is no designated area to provide a day service for patients receiving chemotherapy. Medical supplies is desperately needed. Therefore, we need a total amount of £15,000, which is equivalent to 195 million leones, for this project. This project will focus on women diagnosed with breast cancer and other non-malignant breast abnormalities requiring one or more of the treatment modalities that are currently available. We will also set up a day unit for the administration of chemotherapy and provide training and development to ensure sustainability. Therefore, I am pleading to all individuals, organizations, and local businesses, and every Sierra Leonean and friends of Sierra Leone to make a meaningful contribution that will never go in vain. Ways to contribute will be seen at the end of this clip. I am Aissata Sisejalo of the Health Show Partnership Program. Remember, your health is your wealth.
Nina Yvonne Akisoya, and 11th May 2021 make me 3 years where I don't day in office. I say let I come and tell Freetonians them una boku tenki for where una elect me and wanna give me this mandate for serve una. But I not just want to tell una thank you for when I elect me, I want to tell una thank you for when I don't work with me and work with the councillors, work with the staff of Freetown City Council, work with so many stakeholders, including the central government, the international partners, the local partners. I want to tell una the Freetonians and thank you, but I want to tell all the other groups and the Boku Boku Tenki. Together, we embark on a journey for Transform Freetown, and in nobody not been say it go easy. We published the plan in January 2019, and then in January 2020, we published our first year report, and then in January 2021, we don't publish with 2-year report. Inside the reports and day, you go able for read in much more detail, waiting we don't achieve. But family them, as I just share today some of the things that really make me heart gladdy pan this walk here. One thing we're really glad about, now the wastewater treatment plant where we don't build na King Tom. This is not the first time ever in the history of Salone for let we get the thing we come on with toilet. Instead of it just gonna grow na King Tom, it actually go into a plant where they get for separate the solid from the liquid and get for treat them and waiting get for come out can go towards manure. It can now be safely the liquid can now safely be disposed into the waterways. Another practical thing we are so glad for. Now this urban farming project, we bring over 300, in fact we start with 300, now we add another 200 women them. We now at them backyard them and in community level, particularly in deprived communities.
And you can create this, what you give, the okra they come up, they will plant them.
The women they do farming projects where go benefit them picking them for get more nutritious food, but it go also help them for get small thing at the hand as they sell them in the market. And then their nursery school. Family then go no say we've been done open the one at Congo Water Market for make vulnerable women them and then young picking it under the age of 5 get free quality preschool care. And now we dip and build the second one. We do refurbishment upstairs in the Cruton Road Market, and that facility will be open and available to women and men traders inside Cruton Road Market. Tricycles. Well, then tricycle and they not only then they help for keep we city clean, they also they create employment. We don't create so far over 1,200 jobs with young people then where they go and collect dirty na the streets. And now we get 90 more where they come on stream. So I'm so happy because it increased the capacity for collect dirty. At the same time, it increased the number of people them, young people that we get work. Let not talk and not talk about the transfer station when I did the dirty then they go. So we don't get 4 additional ones, including the one at Lumley, the one at Approved School, the one at Shell, and the one at Allentown. Bele Uman them. Then they all over the community. That journey for going to PCMH, it can challenge Boko of them. So with the work for upgrade, 5 of we page use them for make them be monk, side with side Bele Uman, the able for born. Freetown people then, Boku people that know say dog na challenge na this city. And so we don't start a program for sterilize, vaccinate the dogs them so that we go get control over dogs and we the ambog motaman, but we the ambog themselves. We go make we city healthier and it go reduce the risk for let people then get us sick with and call rabies. I don't share small about wait we don't do and over these 3 years, but I just touch the thing in Boku. I go say anybody want for no more. Also go now with Facebook page. We get Freetown City Council Facebook page. We also get Yvonne Akisoya, Mayor of Freetown. You go able for follow we. Let we continue for work together with all we stakeholders for let collectively we transform Freetown. Una, thank you and God bless you.
Na Yvonne, Na Yvonne, talk and go, talk and come. Na
Hill Valley Academy is a school that provides the very best opportunities for our students to develop, grow, and mature into young adults who are encouraged to become patriots as well as global citizens. We have high expectations and ambitions for all our students. We provide a caring, supportive, tolerant, and challenging environment in which all individuals can grow and flourish. A graduate of Hill Valley Academy is a well-rounded human being capable of making the most of what life has to offer. We actively encourage academic excellence with a sense of responsibility. We look forward to welcoming you to our school and to meeting you in the not too distant future, because together we achieve the extraordinary.
I was here as a student, and of course, Charlie was my teacher.
I've asked him to join me on the journey to create a major new play to offer hope to our people.
This is big, man. This has great magnitude.
We are nowhere near waiting one for day. Want this thing for succeed, Koji?
This place fail at the die.
Is this a curse or what?
These are the things that have wrecked this country.
We need to move this nation forward. We're going to lead it to better future.
Hello, Fambulem. Una good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and good night, depending on whose partner the dunya we find yourself. Welcome to CRJ Media. We midweek program, the Big Saloon Discussion, or you can call it the Big Saloon Debates, depending on the conversation or the issue we discuss. Or if we get panelists, then most times it can be debate. But sometimes we self na the studio now, so can get we own debates. We agree, we disagree, we barantapa, we self, all of that. So welcome. We appreciate you now. If you're a newcomer at the program, me na una host, Juma Ba, and we welcome you to this platform, both on Facebook and YouTube. We hope say you will get a good time with we, and we hope say you go share with your network, so then self no go miss out. To the regulars then at the platform, we say welcome again and thank you so much, because like you can say, without una we not get program. So today we all join in this discussion as usual. Sometimes some of the conversations we can get specialists or people we interested in certain issues then come as we guest them at the platform. But today's program, we decide again, as usual, for discuss guide the conversation, but more so allow public contribution and opinion. So today the topic big, we say inside the Republic, and we ask how the Go Dae Go. Una go wonder why we make answer, because so many things that don't happen the last weeks, we're not able to fit them under one topic. So we will touch different side them, and then definitely over time we will open the conversation. So with me at the studio, of course, I get Sylvester T-Boy Duba, we creative director and co-moderator for today's program, and as always, and also we get behind the scenes Mr. Obafemi Pama, the man with the golden smooth voice. Juma, can you hear me? So INSAI De Republik with you from time to time. So I welcome T-Boy for say hello to Una, and T-Boy tell Fambulem as well, which you expect for today's program.
Hello, Nakusha Kabo. Welcome to another edition of CRJ Media Live online on Facebook and YouTube. But definitely, I know say Juma don't go na the short brief of voting the reason we make we come today for like all thing inside one pot. Yeah. So that means if you get any kind of doubt of what you expect, not get any doubt, anything can happen. But anyway, it's just the same usual thing as usual. We come, sit down, talk about things they don't know for say. Now, pressing thing then within the community in Sierra Leone and also in the diaspora, and how it affects we, and how it affects how things they unfold, and how it affects we own livelihood. Because again, the pinch of it, sometimes we feel it most. Because again, when we look at the reason why make within the diaspora, now for can survive. But you need to survive when survival is more of survival on the other side of the ocean, where I feel to say needed it more. But as you must say, my expectations for today's show is wide because we get to cover a wide area of things that will happen over the past couple of weeks. A lot that happened, and we've been not silent, but sit back as usual, watch, listen to the conversation, and see how the conversation they go. And it can sway. It come one side, it change, go to the other side, come in the middle. When you don't realize it, everything don't go quiet, that's the time we raise it up again. Because now the time that really actually sit down now and think properly, because you don't see the two sides of the narratives, and you now they choose whose side you feel to say you go support or whose side you feel to say you not go support. But in way on terms, we just they bring back the conversation for refresh on our memory, and then maybe that will make una get a wise decision of what una decide for do and how una decide for go about making a choice. So that's why we do this most of the time. And sometimes you might line open at some point, right? Or we just keep them like
yes,
that?
There's a possibility, say we go open the line for let we people and say join and contribute. And tell we, especially we go look for you from the one that we did salon as well, because now then they inside the Republic, and now then we for tell we how they go over there. We go talk, we go assume, but we no go talk for them also.
But you know, say we all foot inside the Republic now 2 foot, 2 hand, 2 in, 2 back, 2
all the
side.
Yeah.
And it's so normal and the physical thing itself. But everything else is in there.
Yeah.
Because like you say, when everything works there, it becomes easy for us. When nothing works there, it becomes difficult for us. And when things normalize or things are in a position wherein everybody feel at ease in terms of finance, security, and all other issues that really around what we talk about, then it makes everybody else in and out of Sierra Leone feel a bit more comfortable and relaxed because they know they will not have that phone call that is going to make them scared. They will not have that phone call. You know when you ask for, you get some deadly call they really need to expect. Absolutely. And most times they feel say, that why nobody coming right now because they carry out things they say that not easy. Those are the calls we don't want to be hearing all the time. We don't want to be receiving those calls on a regular basis because those calls are the calls that are killing us mentally, psychologically, emotionally, and sometimes physically. But left me walk talk. Juma.
No, well, not so much talk. You talk within relevant. And of course, like I talk about some of those, which I refer to as distress calls from Sierra Leone. As your phone ring, or light, you don't begin scared because sadly, they expect good news. So what me don't they do for myself for a few years now, all my phones are on silence. All. So I therefore consciously take the phone, go there and go watch what's in the happen because that's why they keep me sanity. Before I used to sleep with my phones, middle nets. Alexa, he called me at the pickup, then I don't go back to sleep because he left me for 1 day. So I don't do that anymore because it's not good for me, for me mentally. Not so boy.
Because now then mental state, then they go out for put yourself because you get for go up the next day.
Exactly.
So me that time they go out on the program so right now, I don't pick no calls because no, naturally can distract my memory. They can make I feel like for say I'm not in the right frame of mind for them and get this discussion. Right. So sometimes you don't want to see those calls, especially when you get international call, specifically from Freetown, where they can have your phone by 11:30, 12, 1 o'clock, and you get some kind of serious situation that we know for say pending. Not to say I'm picking the call, but the phrase if you pick on the bad news, the good news, which of us you want for your year, and how you able for cope with the news there.
Yes, exactly.
So sometimes it's hard, sometimes it's really, really challenging. But again, you have to pick up the call and face the reality of the phone call.
So true. Well, Fambule, when you watch T-Boy, don't give a rundown, they don't give a gist of waiting the conversation, they about today. And we just want to say welcome. We don't see the conversation don't begin go on. Kate, welcome. Biana, let me see. Kate, of course. One Africa Connection. The Foot of State is there as well. And then we see Francis Devino. And we don't see one stranger as well. Junior Parker is right there. Jay. Victor Bokari, if we don't see I hope so you will call today. We'll open the phone line. I see to see. I see another new name just no way escape me. T-Boy go to watch. Of course, Kuku from Australia is always with us. But T-Boy, before we Victor Fodi as well, you say welcome. Before we start the conversation, I want for we app for Glady for somebody.
I vex.
Why you vex?
I vex because I don't be part of the ceremony, but I vex.
Well, I beg no vex.
I don't be forget it's a vex.
I know vex. I know I you vex. I want to all join in the celebration of somebody with our very own sister, a supporter of CRGM Media, and somebody way inside there within the community. Because sometimes like we always can say now, so we get for learn for celebrate we self. We learn for celebrate with successes. We learn for encourage other people because you don't know one person in success, how many other people are we motivate. And I'm sure at some point, Femi Sebim will join in here and tell, and help for celebrate. But I will let you do the honors, T-Boy, and announce since now you vexed, for sure so you vexed Dondon, and let we congratulate this with sister and celebrate and ask everybody else for joining for celebrate. Over to you.
In life, you believe in two things. What you don't achieve, neither you own. What in then you aid, neither you own. What you buy, what you wear, what you eat, where you go, what you do there, it's not yours. Because the one that you own, now you go it back when you die. So in life, we always wish for just one thing. If given the opportunity, if given the privilege, if you have the advantage, if you can do it, if you believe in yourself. The reason we use all the if you are so and all the reasons they are so, now because sometimes we find ourselves in a situation where we think we are not capable, or might be thinking, I'm not too sure that I can, or we are thinking, I don't understand why people will say you can't. I don't understand how people might think you not be able to do this. Because at my age, I know exactly what I'm saying. So today, I want to we give a massive big shout out to one of we yon Salon Titi. We don't do a lot within the community. She's a mixer. She's well spoken. She can do so many things. She can interact with people. She's been in different forms of organization in terms of making things happening. She's very warm and welcoming. And she's been known for a popular household name in Sierra Leone. If you don't call that name after a name, then you know go Sabiam. So I call a name and then I ask people there for join the other name. Let's see if people in Sabia. If you know this person I talk about, put it in the charts. Put the name we'll know I'm for. I want to gracefully join the rest of the Sierra Leone Media team to congratulate none other than Rion's sister. We live in the UK by the name of Mariama Sila. He graduated today, and that shows how much work it only put within in course we don't do for the past couple of years. And I want the person tell me which course you do, and let the person tell me other than the person what they talk about. Then let her know if you really know him. Over to you, Juba.
Well, thank you so much, Chiba. I think people are not begin challenge already. They don't begin posting. Now the group, Mohammed Conte don't post, and he call a name, say Mariama Parade. So Femi gets ready, and you don't talk something, Tiba. You say waiting, you achieve 9, now you're waiting, then now you 8. na inayon. And I'll tell you honestly, waiting touch me, make us say, let we celebrate them publicly. I'll read a message from a Facebook page. Let you show, this are for show people, let's say, this are the people's platform. We celebrate, we own. African stories told by Africans. This is a part of the African story. Mariama Sila Koma, commonly called Mariama Junior Parade. We can always say, na im mama na im born. Now the first one they say, na im mama na im born. Yes. So I'll read this in post where it say, yes, I have finally made it. After 40s, I have turned my dreams into reality. There is only one thing that makes a dream impossible to achieve. It's the fear of failure. An official first-class graduate of Bachelor's of Science with honors, business and tourism management. All thanks to my wonderful, supportive family and friends. Allah, you are great. Short message, goes a long way. After 40, it should say, you know, I can go achieve waiting always don't be a dream. In dream don't come into reality. Some people may have challenged to say, oh, I possibly not will succeed, you know, or or it will succeed, you know, it's a tall order, but she made it. And no, it's not unique with her, but we bring and come up because, you know, she's a supporter of the CIGM media team and one for encourage other people that no matter your age, time, circumstances, you can achieve your dreams. So, Mr. Palmer, if you're there, we want for your which is being able to say on this before we move on with the program. All right. Well, I think we will get Mr. Palmer coming back soon. T-Boy, so you there with say, and what's your take on this before we continue?
I think you don't say I'm all, because it's just a reality of your dreams. And sometimes people leave their dreams behind and expect other people for push their dream. And you don't wait for that. You have to push your dream because it is your dream. And you need to wait for make somebody can cushion you for push your dream. Now, when you begin push your dream, now you get the kind of support you need. And your immediate support comes directly from your family. But also, your immediate defeat is also something that comes again from that first choice. When are your family? So regardless whatever.
And T-Boy, just quickly, when you talk about family, this not possible way get a family, again picking them, then put so much effort for education. So you see, this all part of Inside the Republic, how they go. For sure, how parents can sacrifice their own dreams and reality for make let them picking their reach now a certain level and achieve. But it don't show we say once you don't push you picking them to a level, you know they sit down, you can able for go and go achieve your own dream in never late in life. Just try. It can possible. If it's not possible, worst can happen now that you know say you try. Not so?
Sure.
Yeah. So
basically what you don't try for emphasize now the fact say you have to push it. Don't wait to be pushed. Start the ball rolling. And like you say, Mariama came from a very close network of family. Because what make I say so, in beginning, how long be big? You need to expect them at that age, they wait for people to see for their around, they look after the picking them and they look after this, what thing they do. But she did it all. She brought her kids, the kids are fine, they've got their own education, the husband is there supporting her as well and making sure that everything is fine at home. And then she made a choice. I now want to go to uni and educate myself and have a degree. Because yes, a degree stands a lot. It means a lot. It stands in a lot of platforms where you can go and express yourself. Not necessarily to say if you don't have a degree, you can't express yourself. Not necessarily say if you don't have a degree, you haven't achieved nothing. No, I'm not saying that. But at least it's good to have that confidence in you. It's just an extra boost of your confidence.
Right.
Because we can't come out and the first thing that in the course you read.
Right.
Whose book you learn? You learn book? Are you fool so? Quick and answer that one day.
Right.
What is Sabi?
So, you see, the foot of state. Futoseboy Jalo Jamboya says she's a Viking. Vikings go to university after retirement. See?
Sure.
Wise word. And our teacher, and they tell we so. See? So we are happy. We appreciate her very much. Okay. So T-Boy, let's go to today's program. Fambulem, today, how they go inside the Republic. They can discuss a lot of things them, from healthcare to education to politics to what you call it, abuse, domestic violence and the consequences, to other human interest stories them inside the country, and also to foreign relations. All of that they Narikotoku today for discuss how they go. But I want to start with healthcare, and I'll tell you my reason why. T-Boy, they say we don't recognize sometimes what the government does, okay? But with we see today, coincidentally, the same time way the health show team go na the Ward 2 for go do start them project. We see the vice president of our country, Dr. Mohamed Julde Jallow, go visit Connaught Hospital for the first time, I think, or as far as me cable for recollect. If anybody gets anything before now, please remind us. And Tibo, remember a few weeks back, we asked a question here. We say when with president or first lady ever don't go to Connaught Hospital.
I remember.
Right. So we asked that question. Then
we asked for picture.
Right. So when we see the proof, we come with them to Una. When something is done, we'll say it. So it got it, okay? And well, firstly, it's right for go do your own feasibility studies. Let me see something here. While got a lot more on the Ward 2 project so far, whilst I defend, I want to read directly from the vice president in Facebook page, or a page alleged to be for the vice president office. I want to read what he did, and I want to follow discourse.
Okay. In regards to what you make mention of the health show partnership program, we don't kickstart the refurbishment of Ward 2 when at the cancer care ward. Don't start. It don't start officially about 4 days ago, and recording is up and running. And those recordings will be updated before the weekend or by the weekend. But definitely, it was a surprise courtesy call. Nobody was expecting it. Again, we don't throw challenge now, so a couple of months, almost a year ago, for say, if anybody gets any physical picture of the president and his wife, we they don't visit Connaught Hospital, may them begin and come like we see. But unfortunately, we haven't seen that. So when the health show partnership program get a surprise visit on that day, unannounced, it was shocking, extremely shocking. So when we saw the video, I told the health show, well, you do your due diligence, because that's all you have to do. And basically, I feel say it was a good visit, and able for meet with Mr. Jallow, we been there on site at the moment, and it was a very early visit as well. But Mr. Jallow, like we've been talking about a couple of days ago, from 7 o'clock, everybody's on site ready to work. So it was for the only reason, because Mr. Jallow stick to in time schedule with the plan we don't put in place for say work will start as early as possible. Now we get for make the able for welcome and express the appreciation of the visit, and it make things become much more easy for make the vice president see exactly what's happening, because it ain't everybody project. It ain't about what's happening. It ain't about Mrs. Jallow taking up this challenge to go to Freetown and refurbish Ward 2. So not
well, say me not be even know that say they meet anyway. So I just say coincidence. Yesterday they they meet up.
Oh yes, it was an unannounced visit.
Visit, right? So
because the health show was not in awareness of nothing regarding that.
Well, again, it's just to show that we pay attention to things, and if you say we contribution there or your contribution now they make an impact, then you're mistaken. So make noise, talk, about issues there. So let me read what's in the Vice President's what's in the post. Vice President of the Republic of Sierra Leone on Facebook, the Senate Facebook page, says, I started my Tuesday morning with a sport visit to Connaught Hospital. I met with the hospital's management team and took a tour of the various facilities, including the new dialysis unit and the recently renovated intensive care unit. As a government, we have made numerous efforts to boost the health sector, including increasing budgetary allocation from 6% in 2018 to 11.4% in 2020. As we continue to deliver improved healthcare services, I eagerly look forward to the revised hospital management model for tertiary hospitals and the positive impact and benefits it holds for the country. So this is my question, Chibo. Well and good, Vice President do on the spot check to Connaught Hospital. Okay? He say government don't push budget from 6% to 11.4%. Two questions. The increase on budgetary allocation is on what? For the healthcare sector. That's one. We don't have the answers, but we have to let people for juggle people in mind. Secondly, I'll ask this question, T-Boy. The Vice President, God forbid, if anything happen, he go feel comfortable for let them admit her at the Connaught Hospital we go visit, or any of the hospitals within a salon with 11, with a 5-point-something% budgetary allocation increase. So that would be my question we again for ask. Or God forbid, any of your family member they go one for let them do a routine check na Connaught Hospital or any of the hospitals. So that's my question.
So why you not to me to ask the question?
Well, not to you they ask. I just want to discuss them, So
just the Bungai there.
Yes, to the Bungai, because inside the Republic, how they go. It's good to put figures out there, but would you think, say, with that improvement?
Well, what's the 11% allocation? What's the percentage in physical cash? What does this sound like?
We don't know.
Okay, and what particular sector of the Connaught Hospital are
the health sector?
The health sector are they going to invest that 11% on?
Again, that's the question. Is it on administration or actual service delivery? Direct service delivery for creating or not?
Again, there is a refurbished word where you talk about not so.
Yes.
All right. Well, we need to see that because we don't start with project anyway, and that project is up and running right now. And I've really say to that project they make reference to.
All right. But, thank you. Now you're saying that if Connaught was at par, the health should be need for raise £15,000 for go renovate cancer care ward.
More than £15,000.
More than £15,000. Right.
You're looking at 35 to 40,000 pounds now being raised to do the physical work itself.
Because when we see the clearing of the place where I see, I'm like, I try for calculate now my mind say, £15,000 is not enough to fix this.
No. Apparently, for just give a quick and short update, by the time they get to Freetown, the day where the work commence, the whole production of the walls changed straight away. Instead of just painting, then get for mastic the one whole wall. Mastic basically in London we call them plastering. Because the wall not smooth enough for me to paint them. So then we get for plaster the one whole wall first. And that's first alone now added workload to the project itself. It wasn't part of the program. In no way part of the program. But guess what? The amount of work being done within the past 3 days, you will be shocked. Trust me.
Right.
But that's just to show if you determine, you can get things done. But also, with the question you ask, I don't have answers for them, for sure. But I think it would be nice for us to have answers. And if finally you ask them question, because people have seen a lot of increments in different ministries, but we haven't seen the physical implementation of those increments in terms of budgeting. But for as long as the increment is being made, most of the money spent in administrative structures in Sierra Leone is not about implementing things, it's about administration. It's just to put in the paperwork, sittings of meetings and conferences and all that stuff, workshops. nothing to do with implementing.
Right.
And we don't see a lot of that. It's like that is one of the things possibly, if me get any power in a salon, we'll put a stop to. What are you talking about where you know they implement? Why talk about it in the first place?
Right.
If you don't have the fund to implement it, why would you raise the fund to talk about it?
Right. All right, that's a deep question. So if you don't get the funds, if you're not able to raise the funds for do the work, why they go raise the funds for talk about you plan?
Well, that's the question I'm asking.
That's the question. So that's a deep one. I like that. Because
how Go Dae Go?
How the Go Dae Go? So
the question is not
the chat. All right, we go candidates now. So we don't talk about health. Also, we don't talk about education, free quality education, where now the government flagship program. Okay, there's an interesting story, and we'll come. I'll play the audio. We're not going to play the video, but I'll play the audio. Government on top. Huh?
The audio. Well, I don't know if we're ready for that. I don't know whether Femi ready for do that.
No, I'll play the audio. Okay.
Okay, get the audio.
Yeah, I get them. I get the audio. I'll play them, and hopefully we'll go here and see how they go with that. The thing is, we don't talk about government. Don't talk so much about free quality care education, and also recently we've been seeing like how you talk just now. If you raise the money for talk about the plans, but you not raise the money for do the work, what's the point? Government say them build will be the battle now. So they say they build 100 schools, right? So people begin clarify, 100 classrooms and all of that. So there's been a video that was going around say the free quality education don't turn to 5 corporates. So
I think I see that video there.
You don't see the video, so I want to play them, then we'll discuss them because we say how this go do. Okay, oops. Let mute them and then let we start. The free quality education don't turn to 5 corporates. You know. So let's play this audio here so and let people learn waiting at it.
Today is Monday, October 11th. 2021. I'm in the office of the principal of Bumpa High School, Mr. Paul V. Kiley. My name is Joe Kapia. I was in town. I saw students coming to town. I asked them, what is the problem going on? Why are you in town when school is in session? They told me teachers drove them because they did not bring 5 cups of rice each as compensation for teachers not on government payroll. And I have come to Mr. Kiley to find out for him to throw light on this. Mr. Kiley, please.
Yeah, good morning, all noble listeners. I'm Mr. Kiley, the current principal. I just want to explain this situation a little that happened this morning. Sometime last time we held a city meeting in which the parents decided that they can help the volunteer teachers by providing for their welfare. I have about 11 volunteer teachers who are not on payroll. Now, we give them 300,000 each per month. And that one, presently rises up to 400,000 now. That one is not enough to take care of them. And so, each time they come to school, they default. They don't go to class, and each time I ask them, they will tell me, Uncle, we are going in search of food. We are not able to take care of ourselves. So with this, when we had that city meeting last, the parents said they will come in by providing 5 cups of rice per child, so that we can help to give that one out to the teachers. Now, school has opened this past September. You know, it is food business, and the teachers are very nervous about it. I asked them to collect the 5 cups. They have started. But until last Friday, we had a staff meeting. And they said, by next Monday, which is today, they are going to give a deadline for the submission of this rice. I was of the opinion that by today, we are just going to give a warning to the children. But unfortunately, they became so nervous that some of them started driving out the children for the rice. By the time I came to campus, quite a good number of children have left. I called a staff meeting and I asked, they started denying here and there. But the actual fact is they were so nervous about that rice business because of their welfare. The problem really in high school is the teachers. I think that one cannot be solved by any other person except government. Government has a big role to play in this place. The major problem here is staff shortage, lack of qualified teachers, and there's a serious shortage of teachers. Now, I have about 11 of them, and we cannot give them sufficient money. And so, they are not committed to the job. You see, we have got to take care of them. The school actually is not attractive. I think what people should be doing, those who mean well for this school now, is they should come together and come to the aid of the school. How? Last year when I came to the school, I came with 6 teachers. Graduates. They all left within that same month. They all went back because of accommodation. One of them came to me the following morning and said, Uncle, I've never slept in a house like that where there are a lot of mosquitoes, so I'm going back. They kept going one by one and they all left within the same month. 6 graduates that I brought here last year, they all left. And so the real problem there is we have got to address the situation of the teachers in the school by making the school attractive. Let us look at the staff quarters. This school has not got lodging. If we provide attractive staff quarters with light facility, internet facility on campus here, I'm sure Mumbai is just a very short distance from here to go. Teachers may want to stay here. Look at the classroom situation in this school. The classroom situation there is so poor. I cannot imagine SS1 Art Science Commerce is just one classroom. SS2 Science Art Commerce is just one classroom. SS3 Art Science Commerce is just one classroom. The whole senior secondary school just has 3 classrooms. Very, very strange. Very, very strange. You see, so it's like one teacher enter, the other children are outside, and there's a flunk outside there. This is a very, very big problem. This school has a serious classroom shortage. This school lacks library. Look at laboratory. Our science, biology lab, all closed without a single direct. No single equipment for teaching science, biology, physics, nothing at all. The labs are all lack equipment. You see, the campus is so vast. There's lack of lights here. There's lack of this library is poor. There's lack of accommodation. I think if hostess really mean well, they should be coming to talk to me and I will highlight all these problems for them. I will sit down on the table. I will draw a plan of action. But this is not happening. Rather, everything is being politicized. Every single thing that is done in this place goes wrong. And nobody comes to ask, what is happening? Why is this one going this way? Even myself, I'm not too comfortable in this place because of the state of this school. I am leading an administration that's very, very difficult to control. Teacher is a crucial factor in the teacher administration. As long as teachers are not, the caliber of teachers are not there, then that school is in problem. The whole of the SSS sector, sometimes we take teachers from Bo. Right now, as I talk to you, there are about 3 to 4 teachers who leave Bo and come here on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. I will pay these guys well over 750,000 each a month. Or just 2 days. Some come Friday, they teach Friday and Saturday. Some come Thursday, they teach Thursday and Friday. Some are not even effective. They come 1 week, the other week they are not here. You see?
All right. All right, well, Fambulem, this now the program Inside the Republic, how the Go Dae Go. So part of this I will touch about is education, situation where they happen na Bompe, na the southern province, 16 miles from Bo. The Bompe they between Bo and Moyamba district. So apparently, Udoyeri within the teachers say T-boy. Or the principal for that school. Which ayala?
Well, sometimes I don't know, man. I just don't understand. You see, some thinking that you can feel some of them so now act them, they act them, you know. If you like saying acting, but you can feel the frustration, the exhaustion, the lack of everything with this particular principal to go through, to the extent that they even import teachers them from the local towns them for camp help teach. That's how desperately he wants these kids to be educated. And I believe that they do now out of free will for go the extra mile for make sure say the beginning way they look after get some amount, not to quality, not to nothing, just some amount of education. How can you see? Now I can talk some thinking. They say people feel say salon a free tongue. Anyone who they feel say salon a free tongue, they get for really think that situation because salon.
So if you say free tongue na salon.
Well, why I say salon na free tongue, now the same thing you mean say free tongue not to salon. Because when you feel say, when they say, oh, I go salon, now free tongue no they means you don't go salon. No. Now for the second time you go free tongue. Because now free tongue directly you go, now there you go spend all the time before you return back to Sycomont. Then the people already say Sierra Leone, then they tell you say, I go upline. Then they tell you say, I go free tongue with the upline. So that's the difference. But when we look at the structures of how administration they run a salon, now it's a free tongue no one govern. Now it's a free tongue the pressure group there. Now it's a free tongue also the command. If you do beyond Waterloo, you are nothing.
True.
Anything for you, now just take no more and tell God thank you because
you not by God in power.
Now they say take no more and say tell God thank you because he issue. But now Waterloo, now they all things stop in governance, in administration, in legislation. Even when you pass Waterloo, rule not it again. Now Waterloo, now they the rule, now they the ruling of Sierra Leone stops. Waterloo, when you see cross Waterloo, you know they're under the jurisdiction of nothing again inside salon.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and that is exactly what's going to happen in terms of structures. So if you see a teacher from Bompe, this now I call Stegibongo, all thing go, you count one cup guy, one gallon per mine.
You know, Tiapu, so while should they continue on that? You know, say first step, the lawyer then apply with them post the magistrate step for the one batter per mine, 6 bushel rice, 1 goat, 1 sheep, 9 are the fine or 9 take. So this is what's happening.
So man, when they find you up plan, you want to farm then they find. So basically, you they plant, but not you they harvest.
Right.
No joke. So man, you they plant, sometimes you don't cut, you don't harvest, you don't harvest your cassava, you get like a 30 bag cassava. Half of them make cassava and you go for pay fine.
Right.
You see payments now with cocoa and coffee by bushel. Cocoa and coffee was the buying, was the trading medium.
Now the batter that
because I got me cousin, may I so rest in peace. If they make a can buy for a plastic bowl and a free tongue for can go apply, they go exchange them for cocoa and coffee. Plastic bowls those days. So imagine, and it's still there in existence because if we talk about the 20th century now, 21st century, they give teacher them 5 corporates for me they can't teach.
And this now the government and flagship program, free quality education.
I will not make mention of that because
no, you have to make mention of that. You know, man. The reason why I make mention of that because recently, as recent as what in August, the president and Boku ministers and the president in family was it in August? They were in the UK, right?
Yeah.
Neighbor to you, they made a conference. They talk about the what thing they don't do for improve free quality education. 2 million In there, yes, sir.
Then he's asking whether the 5 cup of rice now for the day. Weekly,
well, this is my question as well. So
how many children in at the school?
Exactly.
Because you need to know what's in the actual measurement.
This I think that for the term or that 5 cup rest day.
It's not possible.
Not for the term. So you see how with not even
for we different of us how many beginning at the school for me that Monday rely on 5 cup rest for the term.
Yeah, let me tell you, the senior secondary school gets only 3 classrooms for all the different streams, science, arts, commercial, because if not so, then they separate them as alone. Yeah.
Then 3 classrooms. I hope say you understand the concepts now as we go along.
This go for the because the parents themselves not able to forget 5 cup rest for themselves for the day.
We don't the parents and they volunteer the 5 cup rest because they want to teach them.
So they not get for themselves for the day. So that commitment will not be for the day or even the month, my brother. That now for the year, now for the term, 3 months. Yes, 5 cup rest per school picking. So they all carry term. Then they shake
on to 5 cup rest and maybe 1 gallon per mile or 2 gallon oil and then 5 bushel within granates. Well, I don't know what's going to be the next option because at the end of the day, I mean, this teacher they talk about science lab, physics, chemistry lab.
Math is nothing, or did it?
But I didn't make them categorically clear. Even me on days.
It was a challenge.
Why did you go to school? I don't ever see chemicals in my chemistry laboratory.
Pass away then go for in a blackboard.
Now you know more. I don't want to see chemical with me eye. Where I've been there, secondary school, they do chemistry. I actually changed my profession because of lack of facilities. I was doing pure sciences. Biology, chemistry, maths, physics, admas. Okay, I feel I didn't the school we get the right structure in the province. I switch, I come out, I go kono. Then it changed. I changed to biology, chemistry, agriculture, literature, government, and statistics, including maths and English. Okay, I feel that I go back to small. I come back Kenema. Why I come back Kenema? I go now not even biology anymore. Agriculture, economic, statistics, maths, and English. And I come back with on. I go back because I don't do an hour like over and over. I go to change, come on one song to the next song to the next song. Now it make me education me slow. Don't know what's happening full, but I've been so smart that I've been there for change subject them because my parents tell me they move from one town to the next like every other year because of work.
Right.
So I come back fit on now finally. I can end up now for do biology. I manage. I do chemistry again. I manage because the facilities not been there. Agriculture when I be in the school to go do the garden. And then I do statistics, maths. So basically, I changed my whole career
because of
because of lack of facilities. Can you imagine that?
So
I would have either been a doctor then, or a scientist then, or an engineer then. But I had to change because the facilities were not there. I was just about wasting my time. So I decided to come to something that will be easy accessible for me. So I will have the teachers and the facilities available. Sad.
So we working quick for jump, say the picking and salon them full, they know they learn nothing. What do you expect them for learn? We teach another. But a few things where these principals say, will touch me. That it can with 11 teachers, okay, volunteer teachers. Within a month, they all go. Within a month, they all return. It can with other one them 6 or so. Then say able for survive. Then say go. Now like we see get for go fag teacher them. Law of color import so not to import. Now fag it they fag them because not to official way they carry them.
Yeah.
You gotta go talk to them because our teachers they're qualified. They bring the car. So you see the length at which the teacher, the principal, they go for let in school survive. But who that they pay those prices? Now the parents them. Who that they suffer the consequences? Now they picking them.
So the free education, you know, that's saying a salon.
Well, this is my question, and the question they asked: where the 100 schools?
No, that particular economics study.
Okay, that economic by the 100 schools. Oh. What about
they don't need forget.
They don't need forget.
Well, if the school not get teacher, I don't go to school.
Well, that's the other thing. So, how about the teachers that already don't give PIN code? Because the government be say they don't give PIN code to teachers, they don't get recruit more teachers than ever before.
Yeah, they're not recruits.
How? You can shock for you. You make I get brain freeze for a second like that. Yeah.
How? They're not recruits. How? But they've been recruited not to teach. Otherwise, we will have them to teach. Because how can you recruit somebody to build a house and the house hasn't been built? So why did you make the recruitment? Why did you recruit them? What did you recruit them for? Now, for what thing? It's to sit down and collect money. Because if they don't recruit you for go teach, and we still get shortages of teachers then maybe it's for the wrong reason.
Right. So we come back to your point. All the money they don't spend on free quality education, the 21% of the country's budget, when at the highest, where they carry most of the money, well, apart from the Hands of Our Girls project, whose side that money did they go?
They're paying themselves.
Right, that's the question. So, Fambulem, when they continue for listening to the program Inside the Republic, how they go, we open the phone line just now. T-Boy, anything they will come to mind where they look at how they go, or let we jump to something else?
In for education, I think that would be
anything else, anything, because you know touch deep.
One interesting issue that we happened a couple of days ago, where myself still they look at the judgment of domestic violence. We now that young picking we then say kill.
Right.
I bet you don't hear that.
I don't hear it, but and you know, so I've been sending me some side, so I'm not able to listen and follow the whole thing. Yeah.
Right. I don't get too much conflicting messages, information, videos, and everything else. But I think you can make your judgment if you've seen that video. If you haven't, then not just a short storyline. I might not be exact by the words of the young girl. I might not be exact by the expression of the young girl. But the whole situation to me puzzling. And it baffled me a lot for understand the logic behind the whole thing, how it happened. First, they send a 14-year-old. Okay, I look at the girl. Yes, she looks 14, but she's too big for 14. Maybe she is 14. There is no physical evidence for campus and don't say now 14 years or not. I cannot judge that.
And girl picking and they grow quick.
Girl picking and they grow. So I will not make her say I'm not going to judge that whether she's 14 or not. But they're saying a 14-year-old, and apparently either this man and boyfriend and say the man not 40-year-old. I haven't seen the picture or the video of the man with the late man. May his soul rest in peace. And maybe it's a loss to another family, which is also a bad thing. So we're not talking about this for create any kind of scenario for say is justifiable or not. But these are issues that we should be talking about because it makes so much difference. Either stopping it from happening or actually place justice where it is due. We are not judge and jury for that particular case. We just discuss and we don't know whether the case they court safe or not. Because as far as me concerned, since I read that video there or see that video there, nothing has happened. Again, previously, a couple of months ago, similar kind of thing happened with that young girl where other woman be the cause now came back again. Nothing happened from those.
Not of course where the woman beat her. The woman beat her.
Well, no, the woman caused her for they go beat her later on.
Yeah.
Where beat her mercilessly, where the two families then be the fate or so. So basically, these things happen in Sierra Leone, but we don't see the outcome of it. We don't get the results of it. We don't know what's the outcome, what's the final case in verdict, whether it's gonna court or not. It just they die out. There are so many other abusive cases that happened in the past couple of years, but we still haven't seen no justice for all those things. So this particular one, it puzzled me. Because to me, it's caught in between two scenarios. Either you can say it might be, well, not premeditated, but it will be under self-defense or accidental. Because when you look at the story, the Peking not even conscious say self-demand don't die. Now, past the tell almost say, you know, say that person, they will something happen to now, so you don't die. But there are also an amount of attack on the girl when like a bite mark, and you see this now serious bite mark. Some bite mark and they win like a joke bite mark, but these are serious bite marks where they have serious scar that they became breast and in back. Okay, We don't know the outcome. The whole situation was played out by that young girl. That girl is still traumatized. You cannot judge her by what she is saying to even make a verdict of whether you believe what they say or not. She's still shocked, surprised, and worried about the whole situation. And how dare people put a camera on her to record her in that particular state? And then all of a sudden, it's gone viral? Come on. We have to be very careful of how we intimidate or how we what's not the right word? Interrogate, because we are not prosecutors. We're not even lawyers. Possibly that person is doing the work is not even a journalist for the first, in the first, because some of the questions that will be asked, these are like leading up questions and putting words and continuity of what in the beginning supposed to say. Now, so these are all things that is not relevant for a young girl who is possibly traumatized for the situation, who is now even more traumatized knowing that the person that she was having a fight with is dead. Come on. So we got to really think sometimes.
Another issue relating to that, in as much as I'm not able to watch the video because sometimes and they, emotionally are not able to stomach some of these things. But, our legal system, always they fail we in the country. A 14-year-old, a juvenile, according to it, that they picking them, don't detain them, they not sell or whatever. You do not lock up a juvenile with hardened criminals. That is
not only in our constitution, but it hasn't been adhered by the legal system.
Well, again, like they say, it's not supposed to happen. And in as much as somebody die with, say somebody then, then allege say somebody killed somebody, but that person still is innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah.
So you get for give in rights as a human being before the law, and you get for get equality before the law. It not means say because the person don't die, automatically that became guilty. Because like you say, if I don't go put camera on her, begin intimidate her, people they shout around here and there, she's scared, she's immature, then you don't take her, you don't crank go na prison, you don't go lock her. Hey, we have to be careful. Where are all the civil society organizations? Where are all the pro-women's groups? Where are all the child protection groups in Sierra Leone? These are the issues you should be advocating for. You should be standing by and let the public understand, because you use that opportunity. Yeah, this is an unfortunate situation, but you use it to advocate and educate, and also you try for push for reform in areas that way the law lacking. That's what we should be doing. But it's like a poor family, nobody not interested, let it happen. If not be one high profile somebody just now, you go read it all over the place, they put press release, women stand by women, women jump with women, women this, that by women, women come together, now we should this, enough is enough, 50-50. The tell for your own voice, now don't turn mumu. Don't tell me you are doing things behind the scene. Your work is not to do things behind the scene. Your work is to do things publicly, for public knowledge, for public good.
But then you don't get no funding.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I didn't want to go there, but
well, why not? You don't get no funding.
Well, I don't want to prejudge, but I just want to let them understand that they have a role.
Tell me which child sexual abuse case that the world then they found to UN.
Right. So because not get donor funding, the people not get rights again.
Well, now the female advocate groups then where they propagate the rights of women in Sierra Leone, we should be asking these questions and see what are they doing about every single female matter we get relevant reason for me to interfere into. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily mean if you interfere and raise concern about that particular thing, they means what is happening there is right. Correct. Let's say, for example, devil's advocate, that girl is guilty, but she needs to have a fair trial. Exactly. So they stand along them and say, give them a fair trial. If she's guilty, she's guilty. Yeah. But it will be free and fair. So they advocate for justice, for a fair justice for anybody who don't commit a crime. Especially if they say that's small picking. For make sure say it gets in right as a juvenile. Correct. That right the way it gets as a juvenile for be preserved. And correct. If not preserving right, no means say you're not guilty or guilty of the crime, but for make sure say it gets that in basic rights day. Right. And I was expecting in this case the first lady for stand by this speaking. Well, hands off our girls. Well, now, the incident of this particular thing gets a lot to do with hands of our girls. Exactly, but we're not hearing no statements from the first lady. A lot. We're not hearing nothing from the first lady. We're not hearing nothing from the big advocates groups them or the champions of women's and children's rights. And actually, when was he? Femi, was he yesterday? The day of the what you call the day what you call Child Protection Day or something like that. I think it was 2 days ago. Yeah, 2 days ago. The day of the girl child. Would I talk about him? It was about 2 days ago. Nobody not say anything. No, and that incident happened just few days before that incident. Correct. So who is doing what? I hope. These are the questions we should be asking. Well, that's one human interest story right there. We get for do with, we as people, because it can happen to anybody. And secondly, a legal issue here we get for talk about. Femi, let me know when you're ready with us for us, okay? All right. Again, relating to this issue, another human interest and security concern. This now rumors with the area, but it's becoming real now. T-boy. We don't the but boku kecha business na salon. Yes, yes. And organ business, people disappearing. And let me tell you this, I spoke with a friend, a female friend in Sierra Leone, was a couple of days ago. And, woke up about 3-4, like I saw a message, like, oh, how comes you sending me a message? Are you not asleep or something like that? That well, actually 11 o'clock my time, so that means the middle night. So I get for wake early morning, because I get for prepare. I say me don't sleep done. I say because I get for prepare lunch for me picking them. Okay. They say I get for make sure say I ready, because I get for take them to school, and then before me can ready for go work. They say and I get for go pick them back. I was like, you have to do this religiously. I thought they're in secondary school, they're grown enough wherein you can able possibly go drop them, but then let them take transport come home, because that will help them to know the society, mingle with their friends. You know, like how they do normal, they work out with friends, they all come out school. Now, so they bond, they provoke. You they learn new things. Now, tell me, say me brother, you say I not get my risk for left me picking them in public transport for go school or for come out school. I say why? He say kecha business, say picking and they disappear, people and they disappear and they turn. I was like, whoa. But then I hear now say the thing don't even reach to police station wherein a particular school or something like that, they ask them for go, say they want virgin them. So I don't know what you don't hear about this whole thing, because like I tell you, I don't get full story yet, but salon, you know, say usai smoke before did it. I've had a lot of rumors on that, but I think the first time I heard about the virgin ones is this afternoon, and I'm still shocked because I don't understand that concept anyway, and I don't know where that concept is leading towards, but I've heard about the kidnapping stuff, the armed robbery, and a few more bits and pieces, because I guess somebody will just come off and talk away their arm rob anyway, so you can't pull off because you still get the fright, and I know what it is.
Share that with me, please.
Last share with the arm rob.
No, the story, not the person, but just the story, you know, because the reason we make I say let you share, because sometimes people go feel saying just rumor, you know.
No, it's not rumors. This is live. The person where the arm rob a couple of weeks ago, in the cutlass, the hand take bit. The cutlass with hand takes. You know, funny, well, there's a thing wait for laugh. Now the phone number behind it, but you know the shock. You don't know you host 4 o'clock in the morning, and then you get that fear shock. Not prepared for nothing, and then armed men barge into your house and ready to disarm you finish. And this is not just new. A couple of weeks ago, my direct family was armed robbed as well.
Wow.
Break into their house, actually physically assault the mother. They even embed some more. This is not joke. It's serious.
Who that embed?
Me auntie.
Oh Lord.
Yes. So it is serious. So basically, these are serious issues. And sometimes we take it lightly, but it is something that you shouldn't take lightly. Because people are physically targeting any household where they feel to say, get some amount of access to cash, regardless what in that person did do. So you have to be very mindful. You have to be mindful of your surrounding, mindful of your environment. But this person I talk about, saying a friend of mine, he don't come back because he just come for cool off. I think he just come back for cool off because the tension of that kind of thing, the fright, they still there in you. You need to feel comfortable in that environment there for some time. But at the same time, you also get for feel say as well, but a day. You're limited with choices because you've already packed your bundles and decided to go and live in that particular environment. How do you cope with the surroundings that you're possibly going to still live and possibly thinking you always have to be watching your back?
Right.
So it really is scary. But with the other thing of the kidnapping, this is just hearsay, not to me say. They say there are lots of different tribesmen where they do kidnapping a lot in Nigeria, where they salute now on a high. And then particular people they also the kidnapper king in Nigeria. So basically when they're into the civilian, similar practice will just orchestrate itself again. I am not saying
it's true or not.
It's true.
Right.
I just you know more.
Right.
So basically that they happen, but this one way gets for do with virgins. I have no idea who suddenly come out.
Okay.
But like you say, Salon, where there is smoke, there is fire.
Mm-hmm.
There must have been some amount of evidence where people don't get away, we don't see. There must have been few things happening within people's surrounding, and it's scary. So there is no particular place where you feel to say 110% safe, because Freetown, that's my biggest fear. But if they can take $500,000 at the first lady in office, then
it's in a they're saying a $15,000.
I just say I don't know the amount.
They reduce the amount from 500 to 50,000. But not just the money no more. They even see press and your
security. No, but you look at the security risk. That's the factor I'm talking about. The security risk.
No, but they're not thinking about that. They're not think about it that way. Then they think about if they 500,000, they will still get money. But then they think about if they don't spare the first lady and the president, who that is.
Because these are the most highly secured environments in us alone.
Right.
But they're able for thief day. Who then go spare for thief? Who then go spare for go when I'm go no man, don't say they go I'm go blame, but then go thief them. If they thief them, then who then go left. Exactly. So we therefore be really mindful. So that's not the take when me know on that particular incident.
The thing where me concerned with Sierra Leone police, your role is to protect life and property. Police, we know they can be very swift in pulling out press release we get for do with the one head of police slap the other person, or where it get for do with the government. Within 2 hours, the police, they pull press release, just like I can say, Salon, if you want to get people for act fast, just ask them, say, drop a funding proposal, you know, you get a turnaround within 2 hours. But if you ask them, say, send a report of the project where you don't do, you get for go pull all the teeth and I month first. So that means you get for physically kidnap the person before you get that report there, if ever you get that. So it's the same thing with the Sierra Leone police right now, wherein, you know, if this is just a rumor, why can't you come out and tell people that do not be afraid, it's just a rumor, we are in control. Panic.
Exactly.
No panic. But una not do that. Una the left let the rumor then fly around if it's a rumor. But or is it true? If it's true, why can't you come out and confirm that you have concerns that things are happening and you would like the public to support you if they see anything or hear anything suspicious in their community, their neighborhood, or where they live? Let them come up.
They should raise that alarm as quickly as
possible. Raise the alarm does not mean say not true, but at least it gives you an opportunity to investigate a suspicious activity or behavior. Then una can know whether it's true or not. So where is the community policing? Where the police the force for good, or is it a force for oppression still? So,
but the force for good in traffic what inside the way for no say maybe then for able for control traffic systems in Sierra Leone, then I for just give fine. Exactly. When like a fine on the spot.
Yeah, we not even know what they fine you for. You know, I make you say always. You say me left for traffic all the time, but this is the reason. See?
Remember that time them one for all you for traffic offense where you wear sandal?
Yeah, they say,
you know, for drive with avac, sandal na avac, and the same way you call them.
Yes.
Slippers na avac pan Creole.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
How you call sandal pan Creole?
Na sandal.
Okay. So if policeman arrest you wear sandal, they say na slippers. Do that right?
Well, now make me ask and say, let it show me who's part that the traffic rule. Let it quote them. I say if it quotes the rule, now right now, then I go. But if not to that, let come up before me. Who side say no for drive with sandal? Who side? You not even watch the motor car. Now me foot take car for car watch.
Yeah.
Of all places, you don't walk around. Yes. Say I know for drive with sandal. Okay, whose traffic offense were broke? Oh, you know they listen 98.1. Paddy man. Hey God. Then T-Boy Wala said, hey Juma. I was like, see. So inside the Republic, we don't hear about kidnapping. So if you know and see anything suspicious in your community, please make sure say you raise the alarm bell. We know they say not true because it's make we tell the police let them try for do something. Now for avoid mob justice, you know Salon. We don't see they don't beat they laugh. What's a mob justice? Although we first let it be don't say they get for mob justice people left, but we for avoid mob justice. The reason I'm saying
they don't mob justice already, not so they get for.
Yeah, the reason why I'm saying this, Femi and T-Boy and Republic. An older man where, you know, public respect, where you go say now the people's person, years back, was mercilessly beaten in Sierra Leone because then say, he go to school, he go pack a motor car, he go kidnap Peking. I don't know whether it's right for me to mention the name.
No, don't mention it if it's right. It isn't.
Then beat him, then pull him motor car, which was false. Okay? But because this person a politician, you know, make them beat him. So this is why the police need for come up now and try for either dispel this or try for give people confidence that it's happening or it's not, give people confidence if it's not happening, or encourage people that they are on top of situation if it's something that they have concern about. Because if not that, people will begin to take the law into their hands, and you don't want that to happen. Let this not turn like the land case they will get a salon. Well, man, they set him out, they will pass with Jerry Cutlass, then commander, they don't begin chap, they said before people can't take things serious. You want to add something? Yeah,
well, not much really, because you don't say I'm already. And I feel say what in the happen at the West, most times if there is something serious affecting the community, the security system, the police or something will come out to make a statement. For say, yes, we don't hear we say there are thieves operating in this area, even when in our locality. If we area is being notorious for car breaking, they would put signs all over that road to say, be aware of the properties that you leave in your car. There is a high velocity of car breaking in this area. Be mindful. Then they tell you, then they give you that warning shot today. So then they make sure say you minimize the amount of car breaking by not leaving valuables that are exposed to the public, because that is what will attract thieves. So basically, if something of this nature they happen within Sierra Leone or Freetown or any part of the country, I think it's the right of the police to either come and say, yes, there are activities of such practice within this particular area in Freetown, in Sierra Leone, or in the provincial towns, or whichever it might be. So we advise people them for make sure say they stay indoors, they watch their environment, and they look for anybody with them feel to say strange in the community for making them raise alarm. Or this situation where they talk about, so it doesn't happen here, we haven't seen any physical evidence, so we don't want to raise any false alarm, but still just be mindful, it is just rumors. You get that right there as the head of security, or for create that security sanity within the citizens the way they govern, for make sure say they are always safe, and therefore rely on our information because it is legit. So I think that is paramount for the police force for come out and make certain amount of statement, especially when they look after the people of Sierra Leone in terms of the civilian ruling and the public, and they keep the peace and maintain sanity in terms of security. So I think yes, they owe the country that sort of announcement for make them assure people and say it is happening or it is not happening. You should have concern or you should just be safe in your environment. I think they owe the country that.
Right. All right. Thank you so much, T-Boy, and for Rob Motspan that. And with the appeal to everybody, do you not left you picking by himself or left them for Waka Waka advice? They will not say it's ranga because the picking then get for go sell or then get for go get water early morning or middle net. So when I see the social issues, they all they talk about now, so we connected and the risk they wake you up picking them too. So please, let we all try for work together for make sure so we families are safe, because it looks like right now we force for good, not they do their job. Okay. We will come to other big political issues, just no buts, and we'll open the phone line soon. But I want to go touch on something else related to health and COVID-19 and other issues. And also we don't talk small about health, right? I've been jumping this one, but this one interests me as well. From Abdul M. Fatoma. Abdul M. Fatoma, the executive director for Campaign for Human Rights and Development International, CHADI. It's a human rights organization in Sierra Leone, and we've hosted him here on numerous occasions, right, on different issues that we concern Salon. So Tiba, they read what's in right now in Wall 4 days ago. This is a story 4 days ago. Okay, say I went to the special court COVID-19 test center at New England Freetown today, 9th October 2021 at about 12:30 p.m. So you give dates, place, and time, right? I noticed that there was no light at the center and was told by a worker that the center had been without electricity for over 13 days now, and the workers have been without pay for over 5 months now. All right, over to you.
You so thanking me. People ain't going to think, say, which kind of journalism then goes to the practice?
Right.
Then they dig hole for themselves and then throw us inside there.
Yeah.
And the balance had to me.
Right. Yeah, because Femi gets experience with this COVID testing center.
Exactly.
Yeah, you saw right. When they make you almost miss your flight, then they take you 750,000.
Then they charge us 750,000.
Yes. So again, now I read about Femi. Please, if you want to come in, I'll appreciate it. I went to the special court COVID-19 test center at New England, Freetown today, 9th October 2021 at about 12:30 p.m. I noticed that there was no light at the center and was told by a worker that the center had been without electricity for over 13 days now, and the workers have been without pay for over 5 months now.
Okay. I think you're
Femi already. You don't catch it. You don't ready. Welcome, Mr. Obafemi Palmer. This was also chukam. You know, like when you say this was also it bets me koko. Now this. Over to you.
Now make you say over to me.
Yes.
Juma.
Yes, sir.
You are bugging bad.
I know that T-boy in faults.
You are bugging bad. I don't know if I can pull them story there soon.
Well, Abdul Fatoma na post. Me just read.
Story.
Story go, story come.
She was saying a true story, but anyway, honestly,
yeah, on this page.
Remember what Uma will be named Brenda Fassi?
Yes.
If you sing one song where they say 1 step forward, 2 step back. Anything I think but Sierra Leone, that song did not remember. You know, Una begin today the show with congratulating Mama. Mama, congratulations, by the way, well done. It's always good to hear good stories from Sierra Leone and about Sierra Leoneans in the diaspora. So we'll begin with one good. But then Tibo and Juma, they don't give it almost bad.
No, we go to good. The vice president go visit Connaught Hospital.
So another good. Good. Then now don't read Pambo.
For the health show practitionship program in development now, Fito.
Good bad nine with the right now. I mean, really and truly, let not talk about mere experience now the COVID-19 place. I mean, I think that is way too much. But when I talk about education, I don't talk about the other thing. When I talk about this health center place and the salary we not they pay, these are our problems. Yeah, if you not pay somebody living wage, that person get for go fair now. And most probably that person go Fenam illegally. And that's what's happening. You know, teacher them, you tell them picking them, when I talk about education just now, say they not bring
5 couples.
They not bring 5 couples. You understand? Now they talk about them people as we know they get paid. If the government, when are the biggest employer in Sierra Leone, know they pay people them a living wage or not even pay people them on time, or will they keep people in salary for almost what you say?
5 months.
5 months. How you expect them people also for leave? And if they're not able to get them legally, they will get it illegally. They will go tax people then with enough for tax. Their money as soon. So when you go for go do your COVID-19 test, don't be surprised, Juma.
And then go falsify the result there. When you can now then can you test positive?
You need for leave. They need for leave. And if they're not able to get on some side, they will get on other side. And inside then they in control because then they in power and then they sign them so they will tax the people them for the money where then things say now they work for. Which isn't right. I'm not condoning what they're doing. What they say is there is a bigger topic of conversation.
Right.
If you somebody left in go work, you're supposed to pay that person a living wage so that able care it go feed in family. And even the transport say for the go work every day, you need for pull up. But if you not get that opportunity day, the person will turn. What's that go turn? It go turn to the negative side.
Exactly. And who that they pay the price?
Now we they pay the price with the people them. So really and truly, that's what all the conversation that they talk about today. These are the things that we can't light. I mean, the teacher them. My mama have been teacher. I have so many teachers in the family, and I believe say in the 80s and in the 80s, because I think we left home, people did not take teacher work seriously, as in the government. So a lot of teachers got, them get for left their profession because it wasn't paying a living wage. Them get for they subsidize the teaching profession with boko that's in there. Yeah. And then most of these people did not return back to teaching. So we lost a whole generation of teachers then. And right now, even when the government say education at the flagship program, they haven't done the feasibility studies for no side and get for actually puts them money out so we then go and bigger the world for give them money for education. So as far as me concerned, as T-Boy say, then you go put some per workshop, then pay almost people and for go do workshop where you travel, you get you per diem, you get the whole thing for do workshop, but they never put the money aside, the money need for go for make we tackle some of the problem then. But as I say, we start off with one good, we do it to two bad. Then we get two good, as T-Boy remind me, because of the vice president in visit to Connaught Hospital. Then we get 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bad. But anyway, I don't find that picture of the first lady and her husband, the first gentleman, a visit to Connaught. When I'm not around, I'm not show me him.
We still not get it. We still a search for him. So, talking about that, there is something where I need to go back to quickly because we don't talk about salary, and that they don't factor in now the COVID thing as well as ministry or the teaching sector. The African Express been post or published, okay, September 27th, that the wage disparity, I'll just read the first paragraph of something where the African Express post say, here is a sample list of 31 of the most highly paid staff in the finance ministry. Discover that their combined aggregate gross monthly salary amounted to a total of nearly $200,000, an amount that is the equivalent of the combined gross monthly pays of about 1,000 secondary school teachers. So 31 people at the Ministry of Finance, their monthly salary enough for pay 1,000 secondary school teachers.
Well, I don't know whether the same statements or similar kind comparison Dennis Brightby made a couple of days ago.
Yes.
They make mention, say, about certain, I think 5 or so permanent secretaries or ministers them pay for the month.
Mm-hmm.
They pay possibly the entire teaching services in Sierra Leone. That is scary. That is extremely, extremely scary. Because if we increase the salary of ministers, for example, deputy ministers, permanent secretaries, and then we still able for pay basic simple salaries, we're not even not even living wage for we local civil servants, the way they do teaching or nursing work in salon, we are the most paramount sectors then down and within the country structure for me the country go develop within the next 5 or 10 years. Then we the joke because these fat salaries for all these bureaucrats situations the way we find ourselves, I think it's wrong. I think it's definitely wrong because where I look at the salary maybe of one MP, and the MP not even talk for in constituencies. They don't even get what's herself when they go in constituency when they pay them a sitting or monthly salary of few millions, and they advocate for the community for nothing. Why pay him in the first place? Why pay him in the first place? Because that MP they even bring nothing at the community or at the constituency way they. I mean, they asked the question that they wouldn't have the MP for that Connaught area. I don't even know what the constituency name. Can you imagine? Wouldn't have the MP for Bay? Can you imagine? Wouldn't have the MP for Usai? Mount Oriel. What are the MP for those areas? What are they doing? But guess what they pay them? They pay them fat salaries, and then get school them where they run them communities, then their teachers are not being paid. Come on. You get permanent secretaries, you get ministers of North, ministers they waiting at the provincial towns, you get all them places then they. Now this particular man we talk about, the prince will talk about that bumper school. He must get MP the way they represent that particular constituency.
Not so he must then get MP.
Yeah, well, I just sometimes they not get MP, sometimes they're not there on that constituency. And I say
it was constituency 78 or something, but we don't do the changes. I don't know what the constituency is. Because now place where I don't visit frequently, some years back. I would say, Nami adopted. We lost. We go fend we served it. Nice people, and nice communities.
They get two bumper, then get other bumper really area.
This not the bumper of Bo, 16 miles of Bo. Yeah. Between Bo, if they pass, they go Moyamba. Actually.
So I mean, the question anybody asks, because if you can't really justify the salary of permanent secretaries and ministers and deputy ministers, we need to do jack. What's making them for pay teacher? They do all the hard work.
Right.
When they go to school, they work at the pile just because they want for can't teach, forget not even living wage.
Yeah.
Not just bare minimum.
If we reach here, I think we'll open the phone line, T-Boy, if you don't mind. We'll get a few other topics, issues that we will highlight as well, whilst the phone line go open. If you want to call on WhatsApp, call +1 614 551 8694. The number for call, my WhatsApp number +1 614 551 8694. Call and tell we how they go inside the Republic. We don't talk about some issues from health, education, security, human rights issues, domestic violence, and we don't talk about COVID, of course. And we continue the program for touch base on different areas. T-Boy, you get any other story we jump to mind recently where you the monitor?
The other thing where I think say they happen now the Republic, now the visit of the president to Guinea.
Yourself, yeah.
I jump there.
Yeah, but that's fine. So that is under foreign relations. So yeah, let's start with that. Our president visited.
I think foreign relation in large, you get to get down there, you get the UN visits, you get few more others.
Then you get recent Dubai Expo.
Dubai yesterday or today.
Yes, I think yesterday. Expo. So that's the only part of it. So let's start with the Guinea.
I think the foreign incident is plenty.
Yes. So you want to start with Guinea because Guinea is important, and
no, Guinea is very important. It's paramount.
Yes, it's paramount. So let's prioritize Guinea.
Guinea visit to me is very important in so many different ways. One, security apparatus within the 2 or 3 countries that we're very close, Guinea, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. Then I want 2, the fact say this is a military overtaking government. We don't set certain rules within Guinea itself. I know say a couple of weeks ago we talked about the Guinea institution anyway. And we talk about purely into the concept of the coup, whether we like it or not, whether the support, whether it works or it not works there. That was a different discussion. But the visit of the president to Guinea come as a surprise because I wasn't expecting it, but I feel say President Doumbouya realized he get for touch base with all in most immediate countries then because they need to get some amount of diplomacy discussion regarding security and other issues. Guinea is very close to Sierra Leone and we do cross-border trade a lot. And when Guinea locks, Salon is deprived in so many things if Guinea lock. So even when the border closure came immediately after the coup, we were all like panicking. Wow, okay, this will be a serious issue for Salon. But all of a sudden, the borders were reopened again less than 24 hours. So that was a shocking thing. We would not be expecting it happen. Just for make President Dubia normalize the fact say the country is safe. We don't have any security concerns or any concerns over the neighboring countries that we share borders with. So I really would like to know what are some of the reasons for the visit and what the president get out of the visit in terms of public relations with international borders. So I think it would be very nice for me to get some amount of updates, some amount of security concerns we possibly some people can get within the borders of Guinea, and also what are the way forward with the newly elected Guinean president really run the country.
Not elected, or he's not elected.
Sorry. Why I say elected? Newly reinstated. Well, newly installed.
Newly installed. Imposed. Me get my own take on this. Okay. And I'm gonna ask: was it necessary? Was it timely? Was it a good judgment call by our president and the government of Sierra Leone for visit Guinea at this time? And you want to say something?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Are you asking the question or are you making a statement?
Well, I'm asking the question to make a statement, but if you want to...
No, make the statement first. Let's see if I can come in.
All right. So the reason why I say this, it's a military coup. Okay? We don't talk about the issues in Guinea. Like you say, that's a whole different story right there. Okay? But a military government overthrowing a democratically elected government. Was the democracy a viable one? Was the election free and fair? That's a whole different bag of fish right there, okay? But a democratic government, Sierra Leone, we don't get 3 or 4 successive elections since 2002 to date, right? 3 or 4, give or take. And we've been, showcased as a growing democracy, as practicing, democratic principles and all of that. Is it working or not? That's a whole different thing. But we president is the only and first and only president to make an official visit to Guinea. You've had other presidents that had gone to Guinea on different capacities, not representing their countries, but the regional bodies. Okay? And is it timely? Was it a good judgment call by our president to undermine the position of the ECOWAS, of the AU, of which we are part of? And our president is chair or whatever for the C10 or whatever, Committee of 10, the group within the AU. So was it a good judgment call? Why are you going there? Because when you don't go there, you are part of ECOWAS, means say ECOWAS don't take position. When ECOWAS take position, it's unanimous. So you don't undermine ECOWAS now for Go Dae. Senegal did not go. If you want to say stronger ties, Guinea gets stronger ties with the Senegal and other Francophone countries than they have with Sierra Leone. We have bilateral relationships, cross-border and all of that. Why did the president of Liberia not go? And initially, our Minister of Foreign Affairs condemned the coup in Guinea. But then all of a sudden, our president decided to show up, and the statement where they make, say, for go discuss bilateral relationship and security concerns. Another one, The other take, how the world go see Sierra Leone. Because if you remember, before the elections or around the elections or referendum, the president then, Alpha Condé, in government, formally accused Sierra Leone, say Salon de meddle in their internal politics, and accused the vice president, say that they train people and for go overthrow again. So this is the basis for my question and highlighting these things. Was it a good judgment call based on them things Yawa mentioned?
Okay, I hear you loud and clear, and I see the justification of the incident that we don't highlight for bringing down the facts of the matter of the accusation of Sierra Leone meddling into the previous election we happened in Guinea with Alpha Condé, and the state at which we get ECOWAS and AU for primarily go visit Conakry just because they want the release of Alpha Condé, and then condemn the coup, say the coup is not accepted, it's not being recognized by these two African super bodies. But I agree, say yes, there is no Francophone country leader.
No country, none. Yeah. None.
The way me for endorse and more would have been maybe Mali, because then just gets a serious immediate coup, it don't happen. We are free to say forget similar kind concepts or ideology behind the whole thing. But my but on this is just on the fact that, yes, I hear you. The president should have think twice. But I don't know whether the visit was official or was it invite, or was he invited or he made the reason to go. That's one.
It is official. Two, because when the president goes, it is official. Who is the highest person at the land? Is the commander-in-chief.
No, I know it's official.
Of the country.
What they say is, we might not know behind the scene who requested the visit.
Anyway. It does not matter, T-boy.
I know still.
And secondly, waiting, under protocol, the new president or head of state, now they go visit for build relationships, not the existing ones going.
Hey. I hear you. But I think, like what you said earlier on, it go fine for like we know the essence of the visit. Because taking all what you don't mention so into consideration, which is clearly correct and true, but I still go on for know the essence of the visit and what we get out of the visit, if it is of any benefit to defend why you paid the visit in the first place. Bilateral relationship with Guinea has always been in existence, and obviously any leadership will stop that from happening, because otherwise the civilians will not accept it just like that. But if it is on security grounds for cross-border relationships with Guinea and Sierra Leone, I will slightly understand that, but I will not go there myself. I will rather send a representative.
Don't we have an ambassador in Guinea?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I would rather send a representative, or we might have a phone call discussion.
Thank you very much. Why can't that be done over the phone? So it did, it in camera behind the scenes.
Our president is the chairperson for AU, or
no. C10. There is a group within the C10. AU then called C10, but that group was not mandated to go there. This is a constitutional issue. Those bodies get different groups the way they go, and if we presidents been they go there under that auspices, as loud as these vuvuzelas are, they would have trumpeted that to say, you see, we don't tell you now with president, they don't call her for go, but all they said that the president went to Guinea or is going to Guinea for go discuss bilateral relationship and security. That's all they said. That's their statement from links to their official websites. That's all.
But bilateral relationship discussion and security is just a blank statement. It can be.
But the president go Lebanon. He said they go smoothing with bilateral relationship with Lebanon over 1 month. What else do you expect? The president.
I still feel say. Even though you don't make all these highlighted issues in case, I totally understand and agree with them, but I still feel say the meeting possibly is relevant. Now, just the content, I go let for no, for make her justify the meeting.
What you make the meeting relevant?
But one, because we get very close proximity with Guinea. If Guinea is unstable and it will affect the sub-region, I think security measures should be put in place.
But is it relevant when you undermine ECOWAS position? ECOWAS is a bigger body. ECOWAS is a bigger body than, Sierra Leone as a country.
ECOWAS is a bigger body. I totally agree with you on that. But I think him going over to Conakry will be my only other concern, because if I either do I'm on the phone or send a representation, because like you say, ECOWAS don't agree and disagree with Colonel Doumbia. So basically, you not for come out of the group of people that we don't disagree with this particular person, where you yourself now part of the disagreement. I don't know why you not be part of the contingency we go Conakry for go solve this problem, because Guinea is very close proximity to us. But as far as I'm concerned, I think I would like for no more details, not to internal details, but at least more surface details of the visit and the benefits to Sierra Leone in terms of security. Because security to me is the key.
We don't get one call, we accept that. There was another call, but the person not been too clear. Let we call her, tell we name and outside the call for any contribution.
Yes, I'm in a foot of state. They call from Norway.
If the foot's not the date, not the waka,
that's all. And this area I don't mix up.
How do you
not mix up all foot of state?
You have to begin to look at issues critically. If people don't want to say it, I will say it. There is a security situation we're not good for Sierra Leone. People begin and they lost. Head of states, they come out, you go visit government where a whole sub-region not recognized. You see, there are times we can think, say, well, it was good this happened to Sierra Leone because it will teach we all a lesson where we need for learn from, the lessons that will fail for learn from the war. But honestly, Sierra Leone as it is now is a pathetic state. Sierra Leone is a walking dead, needing reincarnation. If people don't have the guts to say it, I, Mohamed Boijalo Jamboria, is saying it. We have to stop laughing about what is happening in Sierra Leone. We get serious, all of we. We put politics aside. They'll begin to ask the questions as to what to do to take a land with so much potential forward. I have always said it and I will say it again. I have no regrets about saying it. The intellectual class of Sierra Leone is responsible for everything what they go wrong with that country. If we can say Sierra Leone was the Athens of West Africa or Anglophone West Africa, where did all of us sit down to allow things to deteriorate to this level? Sierra Leone is a dysfunctional state. When they talk and go talk and guys, it's a dysfunctional state.
So people ask why, sir?
Why?
Yes, sir.
It's not the issue of having a government sitting with their egos make a country. It's the issue of having a governance system where we provide services and utilities where we make the people able to do what they for do and get them living. If you say you have your priorities in education, and teachers have to wait for people to contribute rice to give them to eat. Then tell me, is that state a functioning state? If you say you are ready to make new direction, to make new changes, then you cannot have a medical system that functions. Then you vice president, they take 2 left, put go visit where the other people left for care place. Is that state a functioning state? You know, we have to put aside hypocrisy, sycophancy, and fear, and begin saying as it should be said. The people of Sierra Leone, especially those now affected, when election comes, then they go back to them, go talk to nonsense. They say, how for do? Now papa in party, now people in party. Also, if your papa not drunkard, if for be a drunkard, we have to begin to say it with all amount of seriousness, lest alone change. Some of us are not happy. We want to go back home. But I cannot take my life to a dysfunctioning state. I'll go ahead and for now, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bojalo Jamboya. I want to ask you something, please, if you don't mind,
yes,
before
sir.
you go.
Yes, sir.
Particularly on the audio where we play, I'm sure you may have seen that video. You being a teacher, you don't do the teaching profession, you don't serve, teachers union, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And listening to that vice principal, he sounded frustrated. He sounded like the wall is closing on him, you know. What does that mean for the morale, for the teachers, you know, the student, the parent, the country? We're going to talk about free. The reason I ask you that, because we're talking about free quality education as a flagship program. Yes, sir.
Juma,
yes, sir.
Now put all terminologies aside.
Mm-hmm.
Now we talk this thing out for talker.
Okay.
The development of the human resource, the correct development of the human resource, now they make any country move forward. Countries them like South Korea, Singapore, Finland, they not get millions, but then they move forward. What they make them they move forward now? Because the government and the people then put the correct priority on education. Me when they talk, so I teach for 13 years now, Sierra Leone. I know what in the principle they talk. There were times I went for months without salary. My first marriage was destroyed because I was a poor teacher. Some of us have the scars of a dysfunctional system. If up to this time, I went into the teachers' union purposely in 1990 for help correct them in the day. We came out with certain solutions, part of which resulted in NACIT. If up till now we're not able to get ourselves out of that mess, then people they can't talk about free quality education, where teacher pass and gear and rest for it. You not get equipment in school. What in T-boy they talk so now back? Say in go school in all game. There are lots of people in Sierra Leone who should have been engineers, doctors, etc. Where they elected and they walk the streets as haggard young men. Because we're not equipped with schools then for making them get the education or they forget. You see, we got to begin saying now, let people understand, say, this is no longer about APC, SLP, PNGC. It's about Sierra Leone. And if people are not ready for make Sierra Leone move forward, some of we go regrettably stop for talk about Sierra Leone, forget about Sierra Leone, change all with for telephone numbers and not get nothing for them.
But that's what they want. That's what the political class wants.
Okay, well, let them have it that way. And the other mistake where we're going to that country, some of who they turn arms dealers. Yes, I would say it. Let anybody quote me any side. Some of us are vexed now. Not only about Mada Bio and Escoma, it's the fucking intellectual class in Sierra Leone that has the problem. They're all not sycophants and self-centered assholes. Let me go out now, so I'll not vex too much.
All right. Well, the foot of state, thank you so much. Drop the mic. Apologies if the foot of state Lego some bazooka there, but T-boy, if the foot of state of vex must not say now the camp don't camp and camp, but it's a serious situation. Yeah. So there that call there. What's your comment on that? Before we continue.
I think the expression of frustrated civilians for the fact that situations are not getting better is making things worse in the minds of people who actually wanted to see this change and make meaningful contribution to the development. Because not to say there is nothing in the diaspora for people. I guarantee, say, 90% of the people in the diaspora can live their life here until death. But to be honest, everybody wants to go home. If you are between the age of 40 and above, except if you don't have a plan, or if you feel, say, you have to live in a mansion in Sierra Leone and you don't have one in wherever you are, then you might not want to go back home. Because life here is becoming difficult, but people still survive. People still have their livelihood with all the challenges, but it's different. Now, the same white people until we say there is no
place
like home.
Home is home.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? How much sanity you get when you feel say you are home? You there now the confinement of your comfort zone, whether not gai bread Chinese you dey eat.
But remember, we can talk, say, with all the armed robbery we talk about, all the other risk, I feel safer in Sierra Leone than I feel in the UK or the US or any other parts. Salone, as bad as it is, we still letting at least stay 2, 3, 4 in the morning, right? Sometimes they take a long drive, go all the way Waterloo, 2 o'clock in the morning. Hold on, T-boy, we'll get one call. We'll answer this. Hello, caller. Hello.
Hello,
Yeah. Yeah, now for mute you device where you dey listen on. Yeah, we dey hear you.
Hello, Juma.
Yes.
Yeah, now Mr. Jello, this. My own question we want to ask is.
Yeah.
And I feel say, mother go to Guinea, go visit Uda and Kolam, then an SSF get visit to come out to side. And I feel say na coincidence or na plan.
Wow.
If you not answer me that question, then we will go further.
Okay. Let we come again for clarification for the people that way possibly not familiar. You want to elaborate more so people understand about the visits to the other.
My own question I'm asking you is whether Madam Beyo visit Guinea and unless you visit to the way get we come international from Europe or from outside, whether a coincidence or a plan something.
I would say it's just a mere coincidence because there are two different situations and two different set of visits.
Anyway, in my own opinion, I think it's something they planned.
Okay.
But I won't go into that.
No, but you would have to say if you think why you think that.
Why you say that plan? Why do you think it was a plan?
All I'm saying is they know what they're doing.
Who is the they?
They know both of them.
Okay.
Both Anes and both Madabihu.
Okay.
They know what's going on within themselves.
Okay.
Either one person is trading company, they go inter-government security, the other they trading company, something ain't happen. But then the goal they also go now something where that they go for that whether they come, meet or whether they go. Instead of not good, but that's something we plan personally. That's my opinion.
Okay. Okay.
So I listen to both Jello just now. Not the way we go for vex for. I'm not the vex parenting in the I don't know if I do all meals on charity now for saloon as far as I'm concerned. Every year I go holiday and come back.
Wow.
I don't do that. For me not to get involved in there. Only see what they do na free on a charity. And I forgot that they do not for Mother Bio for an I don't think me come out of politics.
Why?
Nothing, because they don't groom begin them. They don't groom the small one them, the young one them. Say na money na matter. So they all there now, especially the young one them. Na money na matter. Na money na the priority. What is going to today? What is going to tomorrow? Na the priority. I don't blame them for that because they never survive and live. Until they take that mentality out of their head. Say money not to the priority, the education, what they call, and sometimes the country will better now.
So, Mr. Jallo,
this PhD, yeah.
Well, how then go pull money in the aid and focus on education where the teacher, the principal, then get for big 5 compress for able for teaching the beginning?
Juma.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you go on social media. I think either last week or other week, when they say one minister or head of what they call go to school, they go look for Virginia. Then the principal, with the person who go tell them, they go encourage them, but then talk the day. If not me, not then a government. Now the principal, they all the work and commit. Now they all have the can go first and see. Because for the older man they for they go tell who side the picking and the way they can take for go for virgin, for go do sacrifice. Now the first they don't commit crime. You understand?
Yeah.
That corporation I not listen to her. But that when they say some one big man go to school and go for virgin beginning. Now they all from the principal and they all are the old. Because the principal for them go report that na CID in the first place. Not to try they go call staff meeting for. They go stay na CID, go report her.
Right.
Because that on your own na crime, you understand? Who's how they go?
That's true.
So now then the co-ops don't begin. They don't go bribe the teacher or they don't go condole on the teacher and family or na which they call. Then he said go when the headmaster go meet the headmaster. The teacher himself he get mindself to go meet the headmaster and tell her that question there. And then the headmaster himself stupid enough for sit down for listening and not just take the man, let them also go and say they go explain what happened. Not to try they call what they call teacher meeting for. Take the man in and let go explain. Because if you say people can come for can't take picking them, then they can look for picking them. We not to them born there, not to them send them at school. They say they can look for virgin there. They can come and say they let go explain it.
Right.
That's my own personal opinion, personally.
Yeah, you're right, and we respect that, of course. And now that we talk about earlier, but again we say how you see on our social media, we say see on our social media. How comes the police then not see them? Because the police, if person not go report, but when you don't see something,
because they don't report them.
No, but now serious issue. The police get right for go investigate. You know they wait till they can report to you.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. They get right for go investigate.
Right.
That is the mistake of the police. But they will go. You see, the problem is police then go follow where you can't complain.
No, police then role now for protect life and property. If somebody can report, yes, but think of national concern where you don't see. Just like how police then can go arrest people and for waiting them post on social media. Nobody need to go report to, but then they go arrest people and for waiting and post on social media. Not also. So how comes they not go?
They get forget proof before they do any arrest.
So you they investigate. Now when you go investigate first, you know they go arrest. But if they show concern, you go outside good police in there. You don't know the school. You don't know the principal. So there is a lead already. You are aware of the situation.
Well, so
you go to the school.
The police, they own mistake. The police, they own mistake what they make. When they don't share on social media, that the headmaster or the principal, now force them to go take. Now the first one they for go take.
Exactly.
Why you not can report that?
Right.
Now the first one they for go take.
Right.
Why you not can report that?
Right. So it go help them now and lead them to that. Yeah, that's true. All right. Well,
before they even check who that post on social media.
Yes.
Now the principal force will go take.
True. All right.
Yeah, now force will question.
That's true. Well, what you gonna be your advice to other salon people now?
Eh?
What you gonna be your advice to all salon people?
The
now?
advice for salon people, don't try. What you like to do on social media is good. But some of me are not more inside politics, so I don't get for good side. Politics affect me, yes. All I they do are they try to contribute to it that they do. Full stop. Why they do me on charity, I do it for God, and then I be not for Madam or for I do it for saloon. You don't, I don't know that.
Right.
But for say me, I don't think say I get the mind for go fed government.
Okay.
I don't get that mind. I don't go do it. I don't go commit a suicide. And then they like, you know, because of suicide, we don't live there for long. I can't 1984, so I don't live there for long. So that system wouldn't get. Well, if I take up 1990 or so, I go do me second marriage. I go married inside the out and column, the court. Who don't go for go? They say you get for go pay this, you get for go pay that, you get for go pay that. Who go pay? Now me wife and team don't talk for long. So who go pay? They say I say I must say 300,000. Back and the money go pay. When go pay, when come, they can give me the receipt. What do the receipt at 30,000? Now say, Mrs. You look this receipt properly. They say yes. I say, what thing I got this so? They say 30,000. I say, I'll give you the receipt. Now I go show me the man. I go meet the man that they allow to begin. And my wife and I saw them and I say no, me not to show me the.
Wow.
Not to show me the 300,000 now again. So that 300,000 receipt I want.
So he keep the 20 for him pocket.
Yes, I say if you don't give me 300,000 receipt, don't give me money back. This man, me no go marry no go right. Na so dem I beg you.
Alright.
No, commode. No, commode. That take we see. I don't pay. Now the next day or 2 days, now my website them go pay. Because I don't tell I say before that the man no go right. I know you know that tell me say that 300,000 they can give me receipt. I say go
for 30,000.
Put me in school. Yeah, 30,000. I say not possible. If you want, tell me say yes. Brian, so I want to for me yes. I said, but you know they can't civilize me. I say I go school. I go college. I go with them. Inside Salonia. That's what I tell him, man.
All right.
And begin now you want to go to go to boss. Now the boss will happen. Now ask him what happen. And jam. I did because no one talk before me. I say you ask the man. I say look now they see this way give me. I say ask him almost again. I almost he tell me say that anything cost. From that time I say I don't do nothing. We'll get business. If I go, I don't tell you. If you tell me, I ask you plainly, how much is the price? He said, I say, right, now the money is I want to receipt. Because anything I go buy, anything I do, we get for do with government thing, I always take the receipt.
Right. Okay, well, thank you so much for sharing your experience. All right. Thank you. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
Okay, thanks.
Right here. Well, inside how they go with the hypocrite. Maybe the man goes 300,000, then the official take it, the 20 keep him in back pocket, one at the left, one at the right, then give him a 30,000 euro receipt. Only in Sierra Leone, they say that's so within our soul. Chai.
Now the guys how they go now so
how they go now salon. Well, you have me already. You need a balance. You need a balance. You get for put spots. You get for add panis or susuya.
Juma.
Yes, present.
They say they not been hearing me earlier on, so I don't know if waiting I've been talking very. But outside school day for talk, Sierra Leone is a hard place to live. Yeah, as I said before, if you not pay people them a living wage, then go find all kind of quick way for make money. And at that, now Mr. Jallo, we call this now. Mr. Jallo name? Yeah, so now that he literally say, he go married, then charge and say now 300,000. He pull the 300,000 he give them, but now 30,000 he sits there. These are the reasons behind the problem they will get in a salon. If you not pay people them, they will find another way. And now we the innocent I will call them civilians them, now we the get. So what can you contain a go salon? You go for go clear them. You they pay 10 times which you supposed for pay. Now the same thing with that man they talk. You can you picking and go school, you they pay 10 times which you for pay. Government need for look into the NTSO for make things then better. So I really don't know what else to say, Juma. This talk here so EAB.
Your Lil EAB. Well, we'll get another caller on the line, T-Boy. Let me answer this call. Hello, caller.
Come on, by we are went.
Come on, by we are going.
That last caller make a very good point. See, now so they do na salon. Where it is inside. Zero demand and put one day we talk say na so they do na salon, so we not really surprised. However, what's no more na my own concern this evening now regarding the president's visit to Guinea. For me, this na a slap in the face as a Sierra Leonean, because when now it make them see a community, now it make them see countries then sit down together, they form a community. And the President Bill was part of ECOWAS meeting where they say therefore put a ban on like Guinea, and that therefore isolate Guinea because of the military takeover in Guinea. You as a civilian president going to Guinea for go share solidarity with a military government. I just look at them say, in case somebody overthrow, in case there is a military coup in Sierra Leone, then another civilian president come for country solidarity with the president there. An official president build they feel good. And besides, when the international community don't see they don't die, this is not just about Sierra Leone. This is not just about the Mano River Union. This is not just about ECOWAS. Africa, AU sit down, they all sit down, they come together, they bring up this idea, say nothing. Now we isolate them people so that we discourage future goods them na the sub-region. If we president would this now a very big problem we unable to understand and really feels the president you get an explanation for give the people of Sierra Leone. If feels in position not secure, probably coming the next election they go and do something, and because of that he will need Guinea their protection. And obviously really that one they go help them more, because this guy in Guinea, not a guy where they say he just can't do no more. It gets the French people there, where they say and then they dictate how things they happen. So if he feels with this way he don't go for go to, he don't run go Guinea, don't go try from a friendship with this guy in Guinea. That one they go help him, then when something can then.
Hello, sir. Hello, caller.
The network. Understand?
Yeah, hello, we miss you just now. Yeah. Hello, can you hear us?
Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes, loud and clear. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear,
yeah. Yeah, okay, let me just try and wrap up with it. So, obviously, this is what we are talking about the president. I mean, he should have considered the states, the position of the ECOWAS, the United Nations, and the AU before going to Conakry. Really, I'm really disappointed with that. Of course, the issue of the teachers asking for 5 cups of rice. And here we are spending this kind of money on free education. We get free education, who would spend money back? Everybody who go to United Nations would go tell us who they spend free money. Here is, and the people here, they tell me, say, every day they recruit 11,000 teachers, or how many thousand teachers. Here is a school, not far from Bo. We were Sabidem Bumpe area that day. Just a few miles from Bo. In fact, some people, they work out from Bumpe to
Bo. Yeah.
So if they're not able to get it, it gets me.
Yeah, they get you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So if they're not able to get teachers then from Bo for Go really cover that area, you get 11 volunteers there, and the teachers then they can't know this. I just wonder what did they have to be in Kailao Yanda? What did they have to be in Cambia? Who said in secondary schools they all day? Then we the parents say we get free quality education. You do get quality education. We are in you get on trained teachers then they do as volunteer. Now a senior secondary school and then you expect for produce things them say we they get free quality education, which is the flagship program of this government. It left people there with some bitter taste of the current situation, the way they happen at the country. When I see that video today, we are in that principal, they defend a position, and he get right. You look at it, if they go give us that kind of money, then you get your family. And then people are they play a very pivotal role that the schools them, especially if you like them paper doctor, they walk you overlook them, thinking in them village, they overlook them, but then they play a very pivotal role in them community. Then the same thing with them volunteers, they working commodity from 5, from 6, then go back in a village for go teach. But this is not what we're looking at is the amount of money where this government don't spend for free quality education. Go all around, we all open hundreds of classrooms them in the country. Then they make them, instead of they say open schools, they say classrooms, therefore make them careful so that that mean mama we did na Tongo ma we no sabi but which is a way they say they don't open 100 classrooms, they always the number see well they were there 100 classrooms is like you build one school, they put 5 classrooms there. It's like oh that's a good. So this is all the people they get so this now in a worrisome situation. Of course the president in travel and they will pass full effort to God no more. They go there now God will angry now God will angry because here is somebody he come who stand this way, come then he ready back for go the other day, he go Guinea commodity, now he don't Dubai for go what is else? Expo Fest. Expo Fest. What did I want to get for bring Canada the country? Say they go look for investors. You don't go Uganda, you knock out investors. They knock out investors. How many times they don't go by the first lady did it? The first lady don't did it for the past 2 weeks. Way he left in America, go na Dubai the Paris festival. 30 day in the day. What did they eat na the country in money? Together with the entourage them. And they still will see the poverty, they slap people in the face. We they see the shameful state of the hospitals there until private people then come inside for help with the hospitals there. The money that they always this president, when the government they spend on this president, so believe you me, we could have got a better health business before be help the country. So me and me won't take this. There are so many things, which will just pray to the Almighty God and with the way things then they go, with the place in 2023, God will make a peaceful way people then will get election. But it's like they just they copy, they not they study. They are book pass by.
All right. Well, thank you so much. All right. Have a good one now.
Okay, thanks.
Bye. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I'm not say I'm able to keep my face today, T-boy. For some reason, people can say they keep that face, but today I'm able to keep the face. It's tough. Okay. I want to visit this school business. Let me rewind a little bit. The last statement na UN. What was the president's statement? That Salon people learn because of the free quality education, they do what?
And they save.
Almost.
$500.
Each every year.
Per household.
Per household. Every household, they save $500 every year because of the free quality education. Every year. So now how many years? Now almost 4 years, this no so.
Yo, they count to 4 years now, yeah.
I'm sure those teachers, those volunteers, teachers, they belong to a household, right?
Yes.
So, maybe wait till you laugh.
Jima, you bad.
Am I just asking the question? Go ahead, Femi, and then T-Boy. Femi?
Well, you question. I think I don't know the Minister of Information or Secretary to the President or somebody we don't say not to say the presidency.
Well, what did the president say now?
They say now copy them, put voice over in word. Why you get down there? I don't know how for vex.
And they not come out and try for arrest the person who do that.
I say I don't know how for vex. Why I say no a joke. They say not a joke. They say they don't debunk the statements to say the presidency.
Well, we not see we not see the rebuttal official press release from the State House or the Ministry of Information or any side say not to show the president say people enjoy life.
That's some program when they say they get na free to. I don't know whether I radio or television.
Having a program is not an official.
Well, I was so pissed off where I get on it because at the end of the day, I'm thinking, even if you say people then stupid, but
right
now these are the joking the money me something thinking because these guys think we are all idiots and we're so stupid. We don't know nasty what's in happen. We fool.
Because if a household they save $500 a year, that when you saving means you have disposable. Means you're able to take care of other things they're able for save, yeah. So every household they save $500 because of the free quality education. But you have 11 teachers now this school where they go volunteer, but then depend on 5 cup rest.
We don't even know whether on a weekly, monthly.
We don't know whether on a daily, weekly, monthly, or quarterly. Then they get a 5 cup rest day from each school picking for the 11 teachers there. So
I think as a nation we get serious issue. I can understand how Boy Jallo, foot of state, they vex and be so upset and use obscene languages them. But at the end of the day, seriously, frustration and they lead to so many things in that nature. Where for say people look you inside you are koro one, then tell you say this cup is black. Imagine that so. Then they take them and say this cup for so why black when you say black? How you they feel within yourself for making they tell you say this is black? And you accept and say
hold on, I think one caller will answer that question for tell me how
colorblind.
Yeah.
Nicola go answer the question there, you don't go mute now. You say a problem.
No, I begin for answer the call. How are you? Very well, thank you. Now that they call and tell which side they call from.
I call Alhaji call from Australia.
Alhaji, go ahead, sir.
I don't really follow up the program anyway, but I just come online and I do want to discuss. But anyway, I just give you a little bit contribution right there anyway.
Right. So the question, Alhaji, just put you up to speed. The question is inside the Republic, how the Go Dae Go? Now that we ask, then we talk about, the healthcare system. We don't talk about education. I don't know if you see the video where the teacher, the principal talk about 5 cup rest. We don't talk about the president in visits to Conakry, whether it's timely or a call for, and about other issues them.
Okay. Yeah, the 5 cup rest, I watched that video. I'll be listening to that video anyway. And I don't know if UNICEF don't say this video. When UNICEF don't see, we are sick Christmas not near a dustbin. It gets a sanitizer. It is sanitizing hand. It puts inside the dustbin. It put food. It begin eat. After we don't eat, then it sanitize the hand back. It put inside the dustbin. Then it pull food. It begin eat.
Na salon?
Yes.
No, we not see it.
Well, it is.
So the Christmas.
Well, we country finally we country. I don't know how we go for right now. Right now we not get any direction. What did that man say? The last caller, at least in that other way, they say go married. It gives somebody 300,000 for go do with him. Then the cow would receive for 30,000. Similar thing like that's what happened to me. I started a project. In the first place, no man ain't recommend this person for me. To me, we for do this building. That person they first now he begin enter we because they don't say the money where they go, now oversee the money they come out. So they double the price. Anything they buy, they triple the price. But the mommy not even take notice of this. But I can't get to one with close friend. We are linked with the mommy. We the bill and no. So then I in 3 now been deep on this connection.
Right.
So yeah, this are just advice for people that they do projects now, Africa. I tell that this lady we connect with the mommy for many who will get this building permits, and the building permits it costs like less. Let me say, it's nothing like 60,000 or something like that. Then the builder come with price when at 600,000. So we argue, okay, the lady give this builder the money for leg who get this building permit, but we tell her for leg come with receipt. We count receipt now 60,000. You see, and we get 600,000. When they ask her, they say you go for past so many places and before you get that permit building. You know, similar thing like this happen. So Africa ain't not like anybody so far. I don't stop the building, I don't stop the project, not for go any further. If anything go for that project go for complete, necessary for it. So for right now, nothing not the way straightforward now, especially salon. All the people there, everybody bend. Everybody we deal with is not straightforward. We President Yon, oh God, in a fly. Let God make this. I don't know. He go left for the flight. He pull feather. Then instead begin fly for himself now, because I don't know. In a fly in camper. He not get nothing we do now for just fly. So I mean on contribution, and let God pull this. Let God take them to prayer from we out of that country.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Alaji, for your contribution. We appreciate your call.
Yeah.
All right. Take care now.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay, T-Boy, continue.
So, to me, we get new slogan every hour.
I know one day it is Christmas with the sanitizer. So you sanitize the peak. They sanitize.
The rate at which they go, everybody in a salon possibly is a walking dead man or psychologically, mentally scarred at some point in their lives. Because people in the waka, you see when he say, man, they waka, they talk by himself, mama, sing the tranga every day, papa. After that, this not to rebel and for country, we know. So these are the realities of Sierra Leone. It is practically happening right now. So if you look at the songs that we sometimes Dr. Lord and they sing back in those days, it's real. Because right now, I can understand why motorcar on a free turn is very much important. But when you hear they say cow cut, I am money. And he turned the security apparatus the one because all they want for suicide cow cut who they come. Because cow not get owner and don't know that they come in, so that they come in. But motorcar, make him cost. Say the bloody on back.
But when the cow will get the real horn they come. Let me not mind waiting there before they bang all thing go.
That's what I tell you, the city road they clear.
Yeah. Cow will get horn they come. Yes.
But that not the message way we talk earlier. What did somebody tell me scarily yesterday? He said they want to open dog food shop in a salon. And I said,
I see that thing there as well.
I said, no. What did he say? He said they come up in dog food shop.
No time I not get around for it.
I said, I want to see.
We don't see dog in the champ. We don't see dog in the champ paper.
I want to see. But you gonna be surprised. They will have a market.
Oh yeah.
And the market when you get, you go see the amount of civilians they really work inside it for go buy dog food. You will be amazed. So nothing is impossible in civilian. We don't talk about that education stuff where everybody really call when our caller and highlights the issues on education and the president in fly. We will make you get wings for continue for the fly on the own without air ticket.
Feather.
Family to one meter boy. And it's time for balance the wings. He call them feather. We keep talking about una get basket una.
Yeah, Femi, una like problem. I mean, I the only one answer way sober.
And the time for motivate the thing, the time for make you look bad. They say Iba will not get feather and they fly. But if you get wings, you go fly. So basically,
with president in the try, you know, say we don't tell we say he's been tried and tested. So he say not to pick you, but I make it fly because pick you, but I know they fly.
Ojima, I think let's talk small about this flying situation.
Okay, yes. So we still continue on foreign relations.
We still there on foreign relations because I think that will be the last week the phone call him incoming.
Yes.
The president's flying ships to Europe. Now, on what grounds? What are the basis?
Femi,
I see Femi don't stretch.
Femi, before you can inside, there's a song I remember. It's a way, you know, like I talk about Daddy Loco and Dr. Lord songs there. Yeah. So who president go Guinea or one side away King go? Because somebody asked me, say, nobody can visit to president. I know more time they go. So I remember this song where they can sing for them. You know, say burying 7 day, 40 day, 1 year, 5 year. You know, you know, say that they invite certain people, but there are other people away. Then they appear all side, whether they invite them or they don't invite them. So, you know, one old folklore singer, I don't forget it, a name, na grammar school boy, they, you know, do that stick for now. Popular person, you know, older man, he don't die now. Well, if I remember my name, I'll make everybody sing. Say, you better get paper. You better get paper. You better get paper, but you know when the 40 day. That's Alexa don't invite him, but you know when 40 days reach, they appear the gingy. So let not be saying that like that's how president day is abuse all the.
No, now make I ask the question whether or not Colonel Doumbia invite him
or not. All right, over to you, Femi. Femi.
So Juma.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, on a serious note, so when I talk about left this Yuba and Feda and Yuba get paper. When I talk about, you know, foreign affairs,
Yeah, foreign relations.
Yeah, foreign relations. You know, when we get we people them, we leaders them, we they sit them now them big table them around the world. Then they sit down with bigger people them for make certain decisions them way for suits we country. Where some of them people also not get the experience and neither the education for understand waiting them foreign leaders they also they talk about. Because let's be clear, every single country they look after for INSAI. No matter how England, America, China, Russia, Sweden, whoever one way to go for loan for, when then you go give you that helping handy, then they know what's in they want from you in return. So if you not get the education, if you not get the experience, you will sign, and you they sign with birthright away. So for me, all this fly business, if the leaders don't go with the right people them, we for able for read the small print per some of them documents as well and go sign. Now we great can picking them, we'll get for pick up the pieces. So that's where I not like this fly business, because I believe say they're committing themselves, then they commit with country and with children unborn to disaster, because they don't know exactly how for read the small print.
Right. Well, thank you so much. Before T-Boy come in, Femi. Yeah, thank you so much, Unique Limbaman. Yes, exactly. It's Chris Durin. You know, may so rest in peace. You know, was the man with that song. But from what you said just now, you're absolutely correct, Femi, that, you know, the country, generations yet unborn will pay the price for what's happening. But you know what is dangerous with this government? You know, this is what people are not paying attention to. Oh, they go clean with country image. Whose country image will be dirty? You inherited a democratically elected government. There was a democratic transition, smooth elections that took place. No feds, nothing. There were incidents, yes. Okay, the time we begin to see violence was when you took over. The moment you took oath of office, that's when we started seeing all sorts of violence, you know, brutalizing people and all sorts of things. So what image are you going out there to clean? Before you took over, Sierra Leone, you know, was on the verge of taking off. It was a country that was mirrored as the fastest growing economy, not just in Sierra Leone, but the world before Ebola struck. Sierra Leone been there at the position for takeoff. T-Boy, how many times you go Salone between 2012 to 2018? Bokutem, right? You know, you lost count, right?
Yeah.
Why were you going there? Because there were activities, not also work.
I was working. Yeah.
So you go the 3-6 months and all that. Okay. But now people are even scared to invest. Those in Sierra Leone, we get a small money for put, not get mind for putter. What image are you going to clean?
Okay, Juma.
Yes.
Juma, let me just say.
We can't just say.
No, look say out of.
Okay, top dollar tell you where outside the credit stock go.
Out of ignorance.
Yeah.
For the limbs, for the full man say we don't know. If you want for create a good image of the country, why would it take you 3 years to be flying out of the country every other month? Where you not take into consideration
every other month, every week you're flying out of the country.
And it's kind of be practically biased, for be justifiable to some extent. Yeah. You take the cost of your flight and accommodation and logistics where they make you fly out of the country all the time.
Because
we still say the country is short of money, and you take into consideration you want to clean the image of this country, you want to make things okay for everybody. Look at the procurement facilities that we government they put in place for government officials. How many months ago we say the president buy how many SUVs for chiefs? What is that for? So I really want to be very blunt now and say, clean the image of the country, yes, but do it in Sierra Leone. Because when they do it outside Sierra Leone, we still need to see the benefit of what you do outside Sierra Leone to the people. So as far as I'm concerned, what image are you cleaning?
And that's my question as well, because you fool the people, because you going out there and the danger behind whatever they are taking with previous governments, they come back and report that when we went on this trip or we signed such and such an agreement, this particular term, we have a government, okay, and a president that flies out of the country, say they go look for investors. Are they looking for investors for Sierra Leone or private investors? Because they not ever come back and tell we say this is what they have done. They don't bring this tangible investment. And you're going to tell us that, oh, it takes time to change a country. But we get to call, yeah.
before the call, just like Toby's statement, Madam he has to fly out to see the leaders or meet with them. EBK, the leaders are flying to come and visit him.
All right. Hold up statement. We'll go back to that for answer Mr. Jallo in question. Yes.
So that's why I read that statement out.
Right. Hello, caller.
Yeah, hello. This is Mohammed. I call from New York.
Hi, Mohammed. Go ahead.
Yes. The thing where I just want to try for say, I agree to now. May God bless you now. Thank you very much for all the things you already do. First of all, the first topic where my brother see what we come up with for congratulate my sister winner Mariama Junior Parade Wef. A big shout out to Ram and the whole family for a great journey we take. And I believe say so many of we can do that because I remember somebody where I don't know for the longest. Now family way we say within the Belgium, then the moti open for everybody, they welcome everybody. But that not story for another day and possibly never change itself for anybody. So I congratulate again for a beautiful achievement. And I hope say we Sierra Leoneans and go learn from them as well. A camp this for brand the image of Sierra Leone. I think say the government then get one discussion where they talk about every time when they talk. When they talk about where then come everybody be done left salon, like the IMF, the monetary funds and everything. But the thing where they refuse to explain to people them was the reason why some of them people have been left now because the past government then get certain policies them for them people them where them be hold on to where them international government they have been refused for me then go under. Like for example, for me them put for me then they sustain the fuel in price for me it into a certain amount where it be say them be subsidized.
Yeah.
Then be subsidize the fuel. Where be they maintain, where be they make prices and not be they go up, where the international body they say no, the past previous government they not for do that. So what they then do since that government be they do and they choose say okay we the left out of this. And when they maintain that, guess for all the years and maybe they be do that based on the austerity, guess what happen? We be they sustain the prices them within the country because the fuel not they go up for me a reason. So but then they refuse to explain that why they left. And then where then Canada brand the country, then they lift all the subsidies there, then the fuel go up, prices then begin to go up, so many things then begin to happen. But as a whole, I believe say then this government then forget international recognition if even the people and they die. Which is it's sometimes okay for them. But believe you me, we always struggle. And then it comes to this rebranding. This rebranding, how long this rebranding? How you go rebrand a country where you not get a light even in your country? How you go rebrand a country where you not get a running water, a basic running water within the areas and where you set up the work? How you then rebrand this country based on all the things there? Now we left all the other things in. If them and then the salaries them or whatever they do. We not say the politicians them from the beginning, they're all greedy. Absolutely, they're all greedy. The reason why we say self-conscious of politicians with them past 5-10 years here, now because we will not be careful about politics. All what you will be to do, we just live lives them. We will not be even know who that the political parties them, some of we, you know. But at the end of the day, they make we can conscious about politics because the kind of way that they try to be gentry in days. We get so many examples of them. And now I'll talk about the United Nations. The United Nations, the president come at the United Nations. A country with a Pekin. And imagine this na school time. Where every Pekin, you know, a car with a Pekin, for can help and for come support in that day for a big day like that. How many of them big days and the way the president don't get already? He don't get so many of them. So does that mean this Pekin are not going to get education at all every time they get for go supporting daddy? So now we look at and then tell we say it's over the money we can spend it not reach 100,000. But imagine or the less than 100,000 or within $100,000. You know what they do within the you know what in the country where they said and they struggle in certain things. I don't want disrespect anybody and not support any political party. The people when me support Sierra Leoneans, and it come back to the point where me want to say, I want to tell you, say, if we not, I tell you back one thing, if we not change the constitution of Salone, me and you two, we talk till we talk, but believe you me, we not get that much voice. Because if you not get right for vote, you're not relevant. That's not the point. And we get so much, so few of we waiting at them country there, when they say go get 10, 15, 20,000, they give one political party, believe me, by the is the person capable? No. But what in the person do what you not do? It means that person spend money where you not spend.
Right.
And then they go put a peg inside a square hole. So what do you expect out of that? The person get for you make your money back. So we they continue for the Sierra Leone situation, you will continue for everything. And always you go talk about and we'll not even get a solution. The first one get for the law change the constitution, because we they see out of the box. The people already salute. Mr. Sef now where I tell me mama one time and me really the people are only be the responsible. I tell them say I get a political probably different from the rest. I tell them so now try for this party. They tell me say now we don't vote for your party. Whatever they get for do, then they choose for do and what they decide them, but they not they see what you really see at the end of the day. So guess what will happen? The same thing will continue to happen. And at the end of the day, then two political parties, they're gonna rule Sierra Leone.
All right, we call at a break from time to time. Hello, caller. Okay, we look like
they can't end. So me on point stand I make tell all plenty. Thank you. I'm glad if we're from one again.
All right.
Thanks very much.
Thank you so much for always being part of the program. Thank you. Get Femi one for contributing. Over to you, Femi.
Yeah, I want to thank Mohammed.
Yes.
I want to thank Mohammed for what he talks. So, indeed, you know, I go begin from I think Tibo mentioned say they bought X amount of mutukadem for we ministers them. Yeah. If you think about it,
for the chief
them. Okay, sorry. Then almost mutuka for the chief them. But if you think about it, Juma, I believe say the chief there will be not already get mutuka, or am I wrong? You know, almost mutuka you go drive, almost os you wanging go get, almost bed you wanging go sleep pan. You know, there must be a time where you get for say enough is enough. You know, I can't just keep acquiring then kind of wealthier. So, you know, Mohammed talk certain things them where I think say he's right. We can't not go before if we not change the constitution. You know, people like say, oh, una di diaspora, I feel so I know everything. No, we don't know everything. But one thing we know, where I turn around, I switch me light on, lights they come on. When I open me pump, water they run. You understand? If you're not able for understanding to day, then there's no hope for a country like a we own. You know, the chief of state talk earlier on say it's a failed nation. Because if lights not they come on and water not they run, imagine waiting happen at the hospital them. Connaught Hospital, you know, lights they go off middle operation. That could be any one part we fumble they will lay down at that hospital there. It's a disaster. We're not able to get clean water. This country right now, wo they so England, then they afraid say then they can't get fuel problem, energy problem, you know. But the discussion is there. Then they afraid say then we can't begin get blackouts. Some man go to me, they talk, say, we can't say they can't get blackout. Now, so I not talk boku. I say because we in Africa, we don't use dandy. You know, with the lights on the day for almost days, almost weeks. You can imagine that if dandy happen in Europe now, so a big disaster. But we are the norm. And the people in a salon in some place in Africa, because they don't understand what the government actually supposed to do for them. Now make they keep voting for them people also for Kanapa, for Karulwi. We really and truly we know say they're not fit for even be how we put them.
All right, think about them.
Stack shelf na Tesco.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, that was deep. All right, we'll get our caller on the line. Caller, your name and inside you call from any contribution, please.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear. Yes.
Mina Kaba Kamara, aka Unique Limberman, on Facebook.
Okay.
Yeah. Mother Bio get bad actors. Man, they may not be advised some good. Man, they wake up because they're not adult for long. They advise you on the ill side. Then they advise them sickly. And Bio, not a ruler. We all know how Bio. Me have been soldier. I do 22 years as a soldier. I joined 88. I joined 98. You joined 87. I was trained in Abendima. So anyone like me, left hand. We all know how Bio ascend to power. Where the first people were also to make the coup. Now Benash. Just because they maintain the coup they leak, they make ambush for Benash. Now Segwema, then keep Benash. The Incan carry on with the coup. Did they open a Liberia where Sad Musa and from the mother advanced council? So if the coup didn't fail, then for where is Liberia? 3 days after the coup, they come inside. They make first forming government. They make Secretary of Information. If they find this, they begin with Sad Musa and then they border. Hello, and are they hearing me?
Would they hear loud and clear?
If you say they put Sad Musa, what you can do, then can become second in command. They find this again. We all know what you do, Strasser. Well, as for your side, anyone kills Strasser. Strasser, anyone kills Strasser, if either party should have up here. And don't forget that, baby. Me won't come for can leave the left for loan. I don't let them do man because I've been in at the bank after the parade. Thomas Ongodu come with me. I can a cocktail. After they come, and they meet at the cocktail long mix up. By the time we see them, they put the anchor after the can we say. Now they told me, even the family may too. We already the empty, they already dead one, then the family all. Okay, you can take power 84 days in wool. What do you do? A passport is sell. You in border and let borders give you contract. We contract to them ever perform. A grab day, take 80 million. Bank of Sierra Leone and Bank of Sierra Leone Chelena, they could do all things. They can go. They go begin to business in Ghana. They with in Western Virginia, Woodbridge, Virginia. And nobody now is waiting. They close to because they wait by Carlos. Look the host, look the host. So you know, be no nothing. And that TRC clause, there's a clause that the TRC they say. Now, two way one party take a power, now they bring war, now they need to rebel war. So at least we APC rule is now 2 party days and for me chance for SLPP. It's a matter during Fatima 2018. It's a bill and Fatima no more being contested being vote for SLPP. So God SLPP the winner. Look the Dabawu and Infa Ali. We call the results in peaceful. We call the results the way people are always are in a radio. No, then we call the results next month. What happened in 2018? I will see so like Koinadugu. Now we see so like Koinadugu. Mother Bio come, waiting them pull up and Ghana. They say you can which new direction. But I think just like our course could be been saying, you meet you water dotty. One man say the country and you jump inside the dotty. You jump inside the water, you dotty and more. What I can put at which I call people away for cover in trailer. Look Ben Kelfala, good lawyer. Man we all man being respect. Just recently, always you can for can cover Mother Bio. Then they talk about
let it prosecute people them. Now in government they don't see because you want them to give you and then I forgot them for their borders. Because we think along chief 10 years, 80 not far. We think along chief right now, 10 years, 80 not far. Day before yesterday, and I'm one guy within Seattle, Washington, then called Mike Baylor. I can send information to them on Facebook. Say ACC for investigate how they use money for 50 years anniversary. I don't know if you see that caption there.
No, not yet.
Then they give US for $3 million for that inauguration, Malabio inauguration. How much you spend on that money? The way they talk, say all the 50 head of state in Africa, 51 head of state in Africa they come. Before that, not to then celebrate in Nigeria cause we can have the place. Almost it's 10. In another go all this human, in another make a face anti-corruption. If you come for come and clean up the mess with the old government left. Why not go do that? Now because they know them pursue that matter there, now they say and 50 year anniversary, how they spend that money there, they want to know.
But they're not on deal with that during the commissions of inquiry.
With that 50 year anniversary, 50 year anniversary, not to announce in terms of 50 year anniversary.
Yeah, no, I mean, I said they not on deal with the 50th na commissions of inquiry. All of that not to independent.
Now, new thing wake up.
Oh, okay.
You know, see my paper post yesterday.
No.
Or this morning because they post past 100 times for this. Matter you always come for this fly. Because Chegno Oba don't expose in Western Chief one at Bank of Salon, then take an house in a padium. We not get minister of where we can go. We then get one thing we checking them and call them. If they get Nigeria, then they make them. One festival then make Nigeria for showcase.
Stack. What you call first stack.
First stack. Not to be the then Shakiri Master, not to be the then Minister of Food and Industry, both in permanent Salon National Dance School.
Right.
Now, matter the way no say yes, but DM involved. We discover at least the last time we go England, they go to 2 steps to kingdom. And see them always they now over the age. Then now if you not go to 2 steps to kingdom, they go to 1 step to king. So in West they get per DM, in they get per DM, then the step to king they get per DM. Now the game you come for can block so. You know, so that go way gonna.
Yeah, can I ask you about that? You know, that Guinea go there after ECOWAS.
That way go to Guinea. They go tell on the country, the suffer. Will try for because if you see AU come to a decision, ECOWAS come to a decision, United Nations come to a decision, which they will send there. Let the man realize say, you for don't cancel new, but now this sanction with an on-giving, now for that making no cancel. Why did you go there? This make now, last time it's a last answer to go there. It was already year or two with them and say, Salon the train mercenarism or cover to me. And so them will just speak up. Who are the advice matter you? Matter you don't put the country 10 years back then.
But do you think say you need advisors for do already they do so on things that we don't plan?
You don't get advisors them, but the advice are bad.
But uniquely, man, you go see don't let somebody advise you say we get mosquito lay bonios.
Oh well, I don't know how the man can be. The man in offline. If you look, I know what they see now Africa now we can call first lady are excellency. So in other words, it's like now they know see the wood. Matter be just on offline.
What's in offline?
Now if somebody we know they buy on incest. In order on a right mind.
Okay.
Right? You then call offline. You know?
Baba go be call Dan. I didn't make a flan so bad.
All right, you really clean my man. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Wow. All my way they call, then they end till they ask one, let them come to the program. Yes.
I didn't make a flan.
Uncle, I will no more. When you fall, bets me now.
Who's fall?
Uncle.
I can't complete to Uncle Femi.
Uncle, I don't know more. You tell me, say, Papa man can't tell I get all the rest, ma.
So you get all the rest?
Yeah, you say like you say that for Papa man can't tell. Say Papa
I never do kuno business, so Juma. Hey Juma, I can't tell you Uncle Femi.
Now they no more. Where President Madam Bio come. He said just for the fly like kuna board ma.
Who that give you feather?
Now Uncle Femi ma.
Now that Uncle Femi didn't complain they can't leave. Uncle Femi, why you not go cut Juma in feather make him left for the fly no more? The fly no more.
If you cut me feather ma, I no go give Uncle Femi the padie ma.
Also, Uncle Femi na help you for take the padie.
This is what Sierra Gem Media is all about. This is why now the place is for be.
We no more. I dey go lay complain to me auntie. I dey go tell her. I tell her say, that Uncle Juma dey. Let's try. But I go talk to you, Uncle Femi.
If you go let me complain, me say go talk say, now you tip the 49,000 bag rest ma.
Make duku no so. You feel by them mumu.
Okay, now form full are the form full for cover up ma. Yes, ma. Yes, ma. So African Express no go see me ma.
See you.
All right, over to you now, T-boy.
But I think you see the rate at which we continue to go. I am not judging or thinking we are definitely a laughingstock within West Africa and the sub-region. Because the expectations of Sierra Leoneans has always been high in terms of the education we don't provide for the West, for the sub-region, and also beyond the sub-region. If I can remember clearly, 20, 30 years ago, when I was old 5 years, I was in school with a lot of Gambians and Ghanaians. I was taught by so many Ghanaian teachers who were serious professionals, and they flew not to fly them fly safe. Some of them waka, some of them come by road, all the way from Ghana to Nigeria to Guinea to Gambia, and ends up in Sierra Leone because we can get better lifestyle there. I remember the names vividly. Mr. Bonsu will teach me in our KSS. I believe say if anybody there so we go school in KSS, go sabi them. And then remember those names. These are very few. I went to school with so many Injais. At that point, I thought every Gambian is Injai. Because they carry the same name. This Injai, Sheku Injai, Amiru Injai, so Injai. So I began to say, una all from Ghana, so Injai. So at that rate at which we were representing in West Africa and the sub-region, and you look at the way how things go right now in a salon, it is terrible. It's very shameful. Sometimes I even feel ashamed to raise my hand up to say I am a Sierra Leonean, and then we've been provoked by Nigerians in this country, especially within the locality of Southeast. Also, we get majority of the Sierra Leoneans that really live inside London. They laugh at us and ask us questions. Are you actually being ruled by those guys that we normally used to see here walking down the road every day? And many people are guttily disappointed. These are hardcore people who were supporting President Julius Maada Bio before he became president. Not for any reason, but for the fact that you don't see I'm not going to say don't experience, but maybe have had some amount of experience of life in London, primarily. So they may expect a lot from say, all the accusation about the past government when APC don't swindle money, don't thief, don't embezzle, don't do this, and in don't make announcements say they can put a stop to this. Boku people from the diaspora were waiting for that to happen. But it is a shame. Because very seriously, I will ask Emerson, was yesterday better than today? Because sometimes we have to be realistic with these questions. And if we're not realistic about these questions that were asked a couple of years ago, then we are missing a valid point of the argument-based situation the whole defend ourselves sometimes. It's not about making winning points. It's not about saying I win that debate or I win the argument. It's not about winning. It's about being real. Put yourself in the shoe of the layman in Sierra Leone who will only afford a daily bread. What's daily bread? Like I say, we're able to afford a daily bread. We're not talking about daily meal, daily bread. Just one. Very few. So what's it not lead up to? It lead up to intense amount of corruption. Even from that picking where then just born today, where he help you, where you drop your pen, he pick them up, he snap, he say, so uncle, what's in that no?
So
because he expect something.
You saying that, T-Boy, it just come to the thing where, like the kids, everybody don't turn. Udana the last caller we say, now Mr. Jallo, now be say, now the country, everybody, now everything about money. What use for go peninsula. Now big grown people now they see they make road, put dirty and things. Now kids less than 3 years old, now then they come now and put rope. Then just they throw away half dirty, then they block you. Then they even allow you an opportunity for them. They block you and demand you get forgive something before you pass. That's the level of desperation. And you would say those kids are idle. But what would you say about a president that travels every week from one country to another? Then can say, if you not care go, you for bring camp, but in the care go, they bring camp. So that was my point earlier where the one for say that going for go take the loans and everything, it's fine, but you're not even declare, so we don't know why you're going. All then they tell we say big things are coming. Big things are coming where? The first lady went to Italy, Ying, Unoyerinati. Then go Gabon, Fip, Unoyerinati. Then go Lebanon, Yep, Unoyerinati. Then go Turkey, Unoyeri Pumpe. Then don't go Nigeria past how many times? All the way to the Sinaweti. Then they snap with 1 or 2 posts away. Then at the film industry, saying a celebrity. When them in come first, like how somebody call and talk about this, was it not be the 60th independence or that independence day?
50th.
No, not to the 50th though. Then they will be on pass. Where then come recently. Where the first one where they do where the first lady nine spearhead everything. What we saw saw Mercy Johnson. Huh?
Inauguration.
Thank you, Femi. So the inauguration, we saw Mercy Johnson, Omotola, right? Mr.
I don't see Omotola.
Yeah, I think she was there. She came or something like that. So, that lot now then come, no disrespect. If they were your friends, your colleagues.
No disrespect. No disrespect. We are expecting political dignitaries from some
they come. Allow me,
not social celebrities.
What they say? No disrespect. If you call and come for camp support you if they were your friends, but not to be there as official, participant at the event. Then you take big money. When not so you hold first in the first place. You're not an event planner. This is a national event. You have the Ministry of Tourism and Culture. We're supposed to spearhead this thing. You get the Ministry of Works where they're in charge of space and all that thing, and you get different people. You get private sector, providers, vendors, where for participate. But you kapu all thing. You say now you organize the event. Okay, that was a pass for you. You don't organize so many other banquets and things then that you charge people per table $10,000. Where did that money go to? Now you've been to Dubai. Sadly, I don't know whether you guys have seen this. They say Expo 2020. So they say they go showcase Sierra Leone. But do you know what pictures are out there? It's a picture of the First Lady and the President. Nothing about the Sierra Leone tourism sector, nothing about our mining sector, nothing. All the pictures that are there get the face of the President and the First Lady. And do you know what the role of the First Lady is? She's not just going there as a First Lady, but she's the Commissioner General of the Entourage Go. Commissioner General. What
special Sierra Leone envoy representation?
Yeah, but then it go with the title as well as Commissioner General.
So in Padiem go high.
Huh?
So in Padiem go high.
Exactly. So that was my point. So you get Padiem as a special envoy, you get Padiem as Commissioner General, you get Padiem as the First Lady, you get Padiem as the President in WEF. Then you get Padiem as Minister of everywhere. Minister for every ministry. That's why I asked the last time when we did a program, I said, do we actually need all these ministers? Sack them all, give Fatima Bio, the First Lady, all them positions here, and then the President. The two of them capable for run the country, because that's what's happening now.
Well, when I saw the title that she was carrying for the expo, and I asked myself a question, so who did they go represent Salone at the expo?
Yeah.
Because the expo is an international event,
right?
That was held in Dubai, so that we will forget attraction of tourism and bilateral relationship with Dubai in terms of culture and every other thing else, investment and all that. I don't see how the First Lady is going to cut an investment deal for Sierra Leone.
Yeah, but you don't even get the official capacity for doing that. You don't have the platform.
I don't see how.
Yes, so how would you? How do people let they think, T-boy?
Not so then they think. Now, how the legislation where they make them do things, they think, because they don't think. They're not thinking, because when even press secretary of the president sent out in post, it make mention of the president and the First Lady
and other government officials.
And all the other government officials are not relevant for them.
Yeah, then inside one.
But they are traveling to the United States to attend the UN conference.
Yes.
Can you imagine that?
The president not even qualify for go pitch for development for the country. You have the people responsible. You can't speak to the issues. That's why you have these people. You can go there when they pitch, then do what then they do. If you want to have a background conversation, you have a back-end conversation. But you are going there as a president, you go make commitment that you will not be able to meet. Let these people have their preliminary conversations, sign the thing, and then invite these people to come to Sierra Leone. Then you will have to have a conversation with them at a grander level where you will get all my, because you can't travel with all the necessary stakeholders. That's what normal people do. Hold on, I'll answer this call, T-boy. Hello, caller. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
On a line door open.
We line always open, sir. Tell me your name and who side you call from.
Okay, me not concerned Sierra Leone.
Okay, concerned Sierra Leone. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. What in the happen is somebody did talk about the constitution for change the constitution of Sierra Leone. Hello, sir.
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
So I agree with the person. Sierra Leone constitution and let them change it to diamond.
for say all man would be rich. Some problem then would be. The problems we go in as the Sierra Leone Constitution, which reduce the powers of the president, that is the office of the executive office.
Right.
Yep. You hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
But waiting they go on as Sierra Leone is people then they way they advocate for say for get a third party who will come between the APC and the SLPP. Me 100% agree. But the problem we get as Sierra Leone is not for shame. I will talk the truth. Now the southeasterners and now the problem of Sierra Leone. In a sense that the way out and the vote, with the way out the Northwesterners and the votes is different. For example, Kande Youth Canada form a party that is not. Then a runner mate in a Southeasterner. During the election 2018, could you believe to say a runner mate even at your own time you not get vote there?
True.
So then people there here don't make we the Southwest, we the Northwestern don't get sense. And let we think they add so. Things very, very hard for them at the Southeast. As to where to go and put ballot box to Malade, the vote for Malade. And we say for the North, mainly the Northwest, principally the North, we say we can't stand with Oja, we can't stand firm. We will vote for APC. We will vote for APC. Then they show me for say, and let the monkey they put, they vote for the monkey. And we say, they can't indoctrinate by force. Any way they not vote. You say, vote for SLP in trouble. From, let me say, the civil service, all appointments, therefore put them in percentage by tribal percentage. If, for example, they want to recruit 2 soldiers, each tribe for contribute equally towards the recruitment. We're not going to make a marathon. If you watch the Southeast, all the problems like the Southeast, 4 major tribes. The Ikono, you get the Zizi, you get the Shabro, you get the Medi. But the Ikono, not join. But the Shabro and the Zizi, about 80 to 90% of them don't become Medi. Only the Ikono. Now for that, they get problem with the Ikonos. But the 14 tribes, what I say, the 12 tribes, all them are the Northwest. So in that case, we for shame all appointments equally by tribe. Equally by tribe. Then the problem of Salon will solve. He says, Salon, I let them change the constitution, make our upside down, this a lie. The problem of Salon are the Southeasterners. For example, Mother you don't come. Look how President Kuruma changed Kailaun. When at the very Kailaun, they go stone away the Go Dae for go campaign. During the time when him and Surudi for contest, they stole them. But when he came to power, now the very Kailaun, now they put more effort, now they is starting development program. Why they talk to you so things are hard, then they try for say things are hard, these are as to work together and put boxes and Southeast. They say election today they vote for Malabo. Why we not go follow them? Why we not go follow them pattern of voting? We go do them. And we begin beat this another shame. Another phrase for talker. We begin beat We Northern people, especially the people when they vote for SLPP, who they begin beat them. And I want to help me. Freetown na a peninsula. Freetown na a peninsula. Now one way in, one way out. Time will come. We will know for them.
So now the block Waterloo na block Lumley.
No, not the block Lumley.
Now Waterloo no Lumley.
With the block Waterloo, Magunto, my 38 Magunto, then 47. Then we block Tombo. With the block Tombo. We don't find all that place that Tombo no the block. Once you don't block, you don't. Then people are there at development. Then they try to make a new airport. We go help the country for now we all get out, for now we they get more flight to the go Nassau, competition with it. Then scrap and they say they go make a runway. We're almost equivalent to the new airport. Then where? If not less, now anything what they do, now they do. If I follow them, if dog, they say when dog bet you, when dog bet me bet a dog, I will become a dog. Now when they bet me, we have the bet level, we all become dogs. Then people here now the problem. When I agree with me, I let them change the constitution, they reduce the powers of the president. At any time where SLPP stands in power, they will come with vengeance. They will come with vengeance. I let them put the Kanda Yunkala right now for leader party this 2023. Yeah, they will vote for Yunkala. Like the Yunkala go win. But Yunkala go just sit on there. It just like wait for sit on the amok. Now they go control and what they want 9 for day. Yunkala no go there on the own. Then why as you get to God to anything what they say, anything I want to do, now they do. When dog bets me, I the better I'm let the dog, let me just become a dog like a dog will bet me. My brother, we talk go up Kandong, the southeasterners, now they get the problem. They no go ever change the pattern of voting. So arrest me, case. I'm sorry why did you stop?
That's okay. Thank you so much, concerned Sierra Leonean. Thanks for calling. Yeah. All right. Well, we don't come. T-boy, the thing that will go inside this how the Go Dae Go. So I think so get for the do this more awful now. How the Go Dae Go inside the Republic. Not so.
I will say now swim na in boss so that lungi water.
So now would I swim na go survive when they don't block Tombo, don't block.
That's when they don't go find you. No, but again, concern Sierra Leone raise some points. It raised so much valid points. Somebody in the chat say is more justice to voters, but again, the Southeast, where I go primarily say yes, I have witnessed similar incidents in elections during flag bearer campaign, where they actually the old Cambo, where you know that Cambo, that bottle we get petrol and fire at the top. Then the next thing after you host the mods with the Cambo, they ask you who say you the vote.
Yes. So if so person lost with a born you mama inside the way mama
will tell you points blank. Say if that person the way they contest so he lost.
With a born you right now. And the person in mama sick they inside the bed they not able to grab. They say that they born in mama
so
they born those
we can witness that physically. And again, what thing you say back again he writes. Southeast, when are primarily the area of concentrated certain amount of people and where they i.e. the Mendes. I know for be travelity, but we have to be realistic. Tell me whose term APC don't win any seats day in real time. And tell me what in are the developmental issues then with sometimes don't happen there where for valid every Southeasterner votes for the SLPP. Let's be realistic. APC don't blunder woefully. SLPP has done the same woefully. But we have to start thinking about voting for the right manifestos and deliverables. We should stop voting tribe, voting party, voting XYZ. We should start to vote for issues now. Issues-based vote, I think now that we for begin preach before election come. Let people understand, say, you papa and you mama, now then they be the detriment of you failure. Because then they believe in things that when they make you benefit as a child. Then they vote for things that when they make you not they get good medical, good water, good light, and good.
But then they tell you say now because they're born inside that party, then at this party we born meat.
Thank you. So equally so, it goes for the APC as well.
Yeah, well, we talk about generally
so because you na APC, papa born you, mean say you for vote APC. Now, but over the years, we don't see USAI SLPP they win votes them inside APC grounded.
Wronghold, yeah.
So we don't want to justify that in any way, shape, or form, but we just want to begin think about issues-based votes. I'm not saying you got protest votes the way they happen. Them protest vote then they, and Concerned Sierra Leone mentioned Kono specifically. And Kono has always been the swing states for elections in Sierra Leone. We got to be very mindful. Again, the Kono people will know their mindsets. Me like Kono, I can tell you for sure, say, we are always in the middle of the pipeline of everything that happens in Sierra Leone. We can swing left, swing right. The trust where you go put in the Kono people, they haven't benefited nothing, basically, if I would say, apart from individual benefits. Even though it seems like now the bread basket of Salon, we get all the minerals, the diamonds, and whatever you might call it, but we still cannot boast of nothing. It takes Salon 40 odd years from the days of the NDMCs. That's where Kono finally gets good with us. So when they reach inside Kono, you don't even know safety inside Kono. I visited there a couple of years ago. So all we say, or all waiting Concerned Sierra Leone to justify, some amount of them I will buy into. The mob justice to voters, maybe I will question a little bit, but it is reality. It is real.
Well, the first lady don't tell me say the only two Sierra Leoneans are SLPP.
But that's not true because
that's what she said. But you just go for show why the Concerned Sierra Leone and they talk with you, they say, in as much as not all the things they will want for you, but these are the truth. But like because you say, if somebody don't tell you, say, oh, now these are born meat. I'm born meat me people and they vote. So that means say always you born meat people and they do now they do. And this one thing where I find two things where I not feel comfortable around with political discourse in the country, and that goes to show the hypocrisy where they happen. I have a lot of friends, people where they within, the SLPP, well, the Paupa governments now, because they don't even call them SLPP governments anymore. Agree, we all, it's whether you like it or not, the Southeast, now the stronghold of the SLPP. A lot of people, they were not comfortable with waiting they happen. Where these governments, they do. A lot. I know a lot of people from the Southeast where they suffer equally because they not initially support the Paupa agenda. But do you know what's happening, T-Boy? The hypocrisy that I don't like, and like when you say, oh, because how for do we born meet this thing, they're not they come out and talk that. Then go agree with you behind the scenes, but then publicly, they see them back now, then they push the thing or attack anybody who talk about the issue and attitude. That's one. Two, there is an argument going on, we're very unfair, and it's not supposed to happen. When APC was in governance, we talked about the things that they were doing wrong, correct? People criticize it, and that's why they voted them out. So if SLPP power per government day in governance, I hate when people start making comparison or APC and SLPP are the same. No, let's talk about the one where then a government will give a manifesto, a promise say go deliver this, he deliver that. Because at that time they use for water down the argument for give the SLPP power per government a pass for let them normalize waiting they happen. So that should not be happening. Let's hold people accountable. We have a government, the SLPP power per government, now then they in government, now then don't form administration, and then they rule. Now then we they look at, now then scorecard we get for look at. When APC term come back next term, we'll hold them equally accountable for things that if they promise to do things and they fail to do them, just like the people kick them out, okay, or majority not vote for them. People should start having that conversation. Let's discuss the governments now. Don't hold the APC government. We're not in a power now for waiting they happen as a law. These are the things I find very hypocritical within the political discourse, you know, and like how Foot of State can say, the so-called intellectual class, we can try for play neutral. And watch this one thing, T-Boy. Anybody will begin to say, oh, well, not to politics me they discuss. Now lie, now hypocrites.
But I don't really discuss politics.
Because most they come on only for people that we now power SLPP supporters. Hello, no make politics. Let's talk about salon. Salon what?
Juma,
a political problem we get. Go ahead.
All me they say is the fact of the matter is here, and we have to deal with it. Politics is part of our daily lives, whether you like it or not. We are strongly involved in politics. Me, I will take 10 minutes a politician.
Yeah.
I don't even intend to be one.
Right.
So I am not afraid step for which I want to say to you.
Right.
I not rely on your position. I not rely on your work. I not rely on your contract. I survive with what I able for put me hand pa. If my hands cannot reach it, it's not for me. So as far as me concerned, I owe no allegiance. So what you mean is for bring camp to the public for you to understand. Now two things: vote for issues. Don't vote for political lines. Don't vote for party lines. And somebody mentioned earlier on say the days then when we papa them into politics, we not even know the political party them.
Party, exactly.
Me now one living witness. Me papa then into politics, he gonna parliament take commodity. I don't even know whose kind of cities they get in a parliament. Now people let me tell me that say, you know nothing about the I say whose side? I don't even sabi the party self way in there. And this Milton is small because I mean a big man now. I was in the UK. I don't even know in party name. I don't know in position at parliament. I was not to be with concern, not be nothing of politics, nothing, will not be get involved. But for the fact say everybody don't put politics now at the front line of everything where they happen as alone, it don't give people some reason for being interested. Okay, what's not the big deal behind this thing all man they go kill himself for so? What's the big deal behind all this political people in the die for people that want to be politicians, people that want to sit in a position of political influence? Why? Now it make we become very curious, so. And some of we don't suffer the consequences of that greatly. But guess what? I don't care. For as long as you have your potential in the ability of delivering what you know, nobody can stop you. Not even politicians can stop you. Because if your service, if your duty, if your intellectual capacity or whatever you might call it, it is necessarily viable to make a meaningful contribution in society, nobody can stop it. Nobody. So now I believe in. So as far as me concerned, your votes should be based on issues, not on any other lines other than issues and deliverables.
Right.
If you feel say within yourself, SLPP don't do very well in your own capacity, not selfishly, but within your surroundings, many people have benefited from the positions where they find themselves, not just you as an individual. Vote SLPP.
Exactly.
If you feel say the other way around, they haven't done nothing within your community, not a personal vendetta, because Lima not like you, because Mother didn't treat you well, because you don't get contracts. Don't vote on those grounds, because it is not meaningful. You vote, they make the lives the lives of young people in Sierra Leone just continue for sink. because you know they do me a favor. We don't tell them they don't pass where we go begin to don't they wait for Bola for make people and give you job. I don't rely on that no more. Because I can easily go to my village, Kangamas, you don't I live peacefully.
They make you farm.
Make me, though the farm already there in existence, anyway, I'm not going to make one again.
No, it's not continuous. You get
just continue now and maintain them. I can go there and live peacefully, but it's not about me. It's not about me. Because if we look at individual goals, individual success, I go say to you, me, I don't live, I don't do all to again for do those. I die self to my tell you go thank you. Because I haven't lived any life where I feel to say I don't live. That begin catch me thinking, what's in there I don't live where I don't do. As a young boy, as a teenager, as an adult, as I am. And again, that's the way the world give me in this world. Has peaceful life and moving forward and make me a meaningful contribution towards society. And develop areas that I feel to say my expertise go make sense. So basically, that is all we're looking at. So the areas of political gains, political influence, political this and political that, I don't think that's the way forward for the next upcoming election in Sierra Leone. Because if we begin thinking that way, well, we are yet to see the progress of voting we feel to say will change Salone. The world they change. And when the world they change, imagine UK, United Kingdom, 2 weeks ago in the queue for petrol. 2 weeks ago. This is not the place where we get all the structures in place. But who dare we make such comparison to Salone? Because that is not begin make. But we not say that UK say we not begin to line for fuel. So hardship there outside. Not a hardship make with it to line for fuel. Let people understand that's not Salone. Not a poverty make with it to line for fuel na Salone. No. Also because the UK government able to provide fuel for the citizens them all. Now the worst of voting we lack in Salone now extremely high now. The workforce don't reduce drastically. So we not get the people that way they drive the trucks and they call them all key up now the borders of UK and sovereign in European countries then because they not get drivers for bringing them inside the country for make oil distribution become evenly. And also just oil no more. They don't begin, they even predict, say, we get forget issues there with even gas, electricity, and other commodities. There. Of course, food don't go scarcely because not all supermarkets now you go buy 10 carton, for example, grapes they allow you. Then they say, no, everything is being rationed. This is not Europe, Europe. We got all these structures in place. Now think about Salone, we not get nothing. What you gonna expect still happen there? So let we stop for make those comparisons. Oh, una say they suffer because of global or because of the pandemic. Not so because of the pandemic. Oh. It might be one of, but the majority of the reason why make London they suffer some scarcity, now because of Brexit. Right. And again, now the detriment of the stupidity of the one they refuse to say.
They made a decision. Yeah.
They made a decision. We're not going in their favor. So now imagine a whole structured institution where they don't build for more than 40 years. Now you walk away from. Look at the consequences of it. It might be good for few, but not good for the masses. Because the people that are waiting at the top end will have all their groceries intact, will have their fuel being filled up and get reserved. Then we'll get almost everything where they need because they have the facility, they have the contact. It's equally the same thing that will happen in Sierra Leone. Now, Sierra Leone, they bad so much that. But guess what? There are many few people that really need to suffer for nothing. Because they get all their stuff in drums, in barrels, in abundance, when they even put reserve.
But if the financial sector gets paid $17,000 a month, and how you go care about that teacher we get for wait for five corporates from a parent for lay well. $17,000. How much is that in Leons? 170 million.
170 million.
Yeah.
170 million. Yeah.
Yeah, 9 salary per month. You know, mix by
extras.
You know, mix by allowance. You know, mix by fair allowance. You know, mix by per diem there. You know, mix by if you go meeting, you sit down the way that they get daily subsistence allowance in DSA. You know, mix by top up because you know they buy top up. You know, mix by other mass the way they get. You know, mix pan the other cut here, pussy them and every other thing. You know, mix pan the brown envelopes.
So when you don't see all that happen, what do you think? What do you expect? Why would I not want to be a politician?
Well, that one is not a politician. He will tell you saying an expert in a civil servant.
But if they pay expert in civil servant that amount of money, what's not the one in the pay where they physically do the work? Yeah, you civil servant job, yes, is important. But even administrative wise, do not even get it right.
Well, I don't get the problem because if you have the administratively, if you get things right, then every other thing will fall into play.
How can you justify your salary? Well, you can't even put the administrative structures in place for make them deliver what you talk about.
From 85 million, now so you be saying in salary today. They don't increase and now take 270 million. Can you imagine? So inside 4 years, you triple your salary because NIE they issue budget for the people. So you don't shape for yourself. You take the big share. Then they tell everybody else, say let them be, let them wait. Oh, it doesn't take you didn't change country overnight. But that's not what you promised us.
Well, I don't know what else we have to say because sometimes in that case, don't let me sit. I begin to think. What else do you need to do to make change or to effect change or for people to understand the level at which we raise their concerns here? So, and these people are watching us. They know what we are saying.
They're not talking a lot.
They understand what we are doing. They've known all our concerns. They don't see all the point they would raise, but they just don't care.
And another I can tell you, I said the one the way they support the SLPP government now. They say, hey, well, we know which they talk to now too, but you say no make can too much. Hey, you know now for una safety. Well, una go just not then go all luna this that. Then begin create all that fear mongering thing because it serves them right. All right, so we get Boku for talk. We'll not go down the how they go today. We'll get for continuum. Boku issue then do not talk about, but don't do more than enough time. So rounding up statement from Femi and T-Boy, and then we can close today's program.
Me rounding up statements.
Now
I don't begin to actually. I put half but another one out for computer. Okay. But on a very serious note, see like they ask the economic people and for think about the situation of them being on the fence and make a change. Well, that needed down to the economic people. I am one of them, but I don't have rights to vote in Sierra Leone until I register if I want for votes next election. And so basically, yes, I will not put myself into that sort of category for now. But as far as I'm concerned, we have to look at the political dispensation of how things are done in Sierra Leone as a whole. It's not just about Kono or Koidu Town or Mion region, Usa Akomot. It's about the whole country. And we're going to look at the advantage of the whole country. That every corner, like Bompe, for also benefits. If Bompe not get 100% benefits, but at least when they get something where they're able to make their community feel a bit like for say they are part of a society we don't call Sierra Leone. Because otherwise we will be looking at these people like for say they not belong to any society we don't call Sierra Leone. Stallone, not to Freetown. Stallone, a whole country within at the west coast of Africa, where we call Sierra Leone, between the borders of Guinea and Liberia, alongside the Atlantic Ocean. Unfortunately, now they Freetown safe back there. So they make me believe it's not Freetown and Stallone. But Stallone gets mapped with you by like a circle. And it go all the way kind of round. But I think we don't lost with geographical sense. Now we don't know what's in a salon anymore. Because sometimes after we generation, geography doesn't even exist in Sierra Leone no more. Because if geography they exist, the generation they way they right now, go know Usai Salon Day and what it mean for Lekki become a civil union. And what in Salon for benefit as a nation. Not to what in Kenema for benefit, not to what in Both for benefit, not to what in Makeni for benefit, not to what in Kalong for benefit, not to what in Kono for benefit, or not to what in Freetown for benefit. For make Salon benefit, everything we get for decentralized certain things then. In the UK, the main passport office where they deal with immigration and how and asylum, you know, they say London, they all live in Liverpool. All live in Liverpool. The Home Office is being structured in so many different ways that it's not centralized, it's not just in a one fixed position. They move things around.
Yep.
They move things around. So it doesn't matter how you feel, say they don't marginalize you in your community, but you will still have the basic amenities then we will serve that community there. Even with small locality, they will make sure that that small community they we sometimes will call with postcode area, get pharmacy, get serious amount of chemists, a lot amount of surgeries, them hospital, I mean not hospital, but small surgeries then within where they call you GPs for each postcode catchment. Because then believe say that will be your first point of call if you get any kind of medical issue before they will refer you, or before if it is an emergency out of working hours, you go to the main central hospital, something where they govern that whole borough there. That is practically what we need to do in Sierra Leone. Not a magic, it's not rocket science. Most of the current administration in Sierra Leone right now to speak, 70% of them are from the diaspora. 70%. I go say 40% of that 70% are directly from the UK, United Kingdom.
No, it pass. Now they boku come 60%.
Well, I'm not going to say all. I go put some
60,
amount of
60%.
I'm not going to say 60%. I will say 50. Come on, no can't put me a problem. Some 20% in this return. But I would say 50% of them particular people in the inside the current administration, then come on UK. And out of that 50% there, at least 20 or 30% of them don't go through administrative structures in the UK. Not a rocket science for replicate things in the salon. Not a magic. But process na in there in changing systems. Not to one thing you go for change the system, but at least when you go begin for revive the system, teaching practice is so important, because even when we fly come salon, we can London. We all can London enter we all get salon bad trick. But guess what? After 1 year, 2 years, we begin adjust. We begin change the ethics. We begin change the values. We begin look at the values of the country we offend we say, and how then they manipulate them values them, and how then they do them values them. What's wrong for making we replicate that in a salon? And when you start for replicating a salon, then think otherwise. And then when you go there now, you know how to change the system, because the system we can't go there first in the first place is not correct. You will not have the value of the positions given to you, because one, either you not inherit them by your trade or by your profession or by your qualification, so you not have any value of the practice within the Gupuchipa, or two, you've been used as maybe somebody with influence. We don't do well for the party, or we don't work for the party, so they pay you back in return. But now we from the diaspora, I keep saying this, now we from the diaspora don't help for contribute for make the country the idea, so because we get the expertise the way they come up from the diaspora, when they pay thousands of dollars for fix certain things them administratively, and they are failing to do so because of greed, because there's everyone for go gently and buy us in London, because they don't see the one they in the other political party don't do like APC. If we continue for do this kind of venture, because you don't do, I go do. You don't do, I go do. You can't do worse than what you don't do. You need to help Salono. You dey help for drain the economy, you help for drain the country, you help for drain the one who fit to say they can't lead. How the one who fit to say they can't lead tomorrow get any kind of insight of doing things properly? Practically impossible. Practically impossible. Because all my life, all I dey see and know, now how for enrich myself. And build a house and get a massive barricade walls where nobody is sitting there happen behind those 4 walls. And drive the Porsche's car and flop me tank with petrol and they do jolly ride in a Lonely Beach and pick up anybody who I want for pick up and have the privilege to say, I have money, I'm rich. You are rich in finance, but you are poor in your mindset. Over to you, Juma.
All right, well, thank you so much, Tibo. I will send them over to Femi, let a roundup for we, and then we close the program.
Yes, so I want to start by thanking our guests we joined with today. I think, they helped the conversation. The callers that we call, they do very well. Juma, T-Boy, una do exceptionally well for carry on the conversation. I don't listen beaucoup. I don't learn today. And a few things that I kind of jot a couple of notes that are not so beaucoup really and truly. But whilst when I talk, I was thinking about how we could change Sierra Leone. I should say we all know this conversation here, and that's we want, and we all get our ideas. I think you say many roads lead to Rome. I think that T-Boy made a few points earlier on. We talk about in schoolmates them, we then come on a different countries them, we something in papa them be meaningful people them, but these people came to Sierra Leone for can get an education. He should say when T-Boy goes school in Salon, I should say he was talking about in the 80s, our school system wasn't bad. It was actually good. We teacher then still been a suffer because, as I say, me myself not been teacher. So we teacher then still been the underpaid, then still been the pay them, then still been the delay their salaries. But in the 60s, 70s, and possibly in the 80s, things them were a-okay. We learn at school, but beaucoup of we people that we can at this side of the world go America, go England, studied. Some of them become the first black man them na certain universities them around the world, but they went back to Sierra Leone and contributed. So for me, waiting I left this conversation with today, I will remind you all about sacrifice. So the one that we can before we then sacrifice. Then kind of the same side of the world where they saw, they came to study and they went back. They contributed in their own little ways. We don't come sit down. It's a shame that we don't come sit down, and some of we don't learn, we don't get experience, but we not employ that knowledge there and that experience there for better we people them. For me, that's a big shame, and I hold myself responsible, I hold T-Boy responsible, I hold Juma responsible, because now we there so they talk. But in we defense, we need the government of Sierra Leone, the government of the day, for help, for facilitate the relocation of in picking them with Sudan and the diaspora, for make the able can contribute. We see Nigeria, we see Ghana in particular, the economy, we see Kenya, the economy then changed because the diaspora took a meaningful hand, then go contribute meaningfully to the development. We Sierra Leonean diaspora, we contribute so we country, we support financially, but from a distance. And as I said before, we have seen the difference. We did wake in the morning, we did switch with lights on, lights they on. We did open tap, water they run. the people, the 99% of people with the vote, we base na Sierra Leone, no get that privilege there. They tell you say they know what's happening at the outside world, but they don't, because they have their eyes have been closed. The government don't show them say this na in no more you get for aspire to. If you aren't gentry, you get for be politician. Hence why all man they gonna go into politics. But there should be other professions them way people them for able for make them without resorting for thief, for embezzle, for do all the half thing in there. So there is a lot of work the way the governments get for do. But as I say, one of the key work them now for encourage the thousands and thousands and thousands, possibly even some told reach 1 million Sierra Leoneans away day abroad for return home and help. But we can only do so if they provide for we, if they open the road them for we, if they give we the access to jobs them, we go pay we not necessarily the amount of money we then pay we na the diaspora, but we go pay we something where we go able for say yes, I am home and I can feed my family, I can wear clothes, I can pay me bills. Not all money where you go, you work, they still get for go member for call cousin this and that in England for send for you. These are the problems that we will get. So if government able help we self go sacrifice little bit and go, and we all go able for bill Mama Sierra Leone. But as I say, if when we go, we get the opportunity, so we go able for votes and take some of the burden off the people that with the Sierra Leone with the votes. Because if we almost 1,000 go, sometimes as I say, sometimes we don't reach 1 million. I don't know Juma Tibo if I know the statistics of we were there outside of Sierra Leone. But if we able go there and we able get that votes there, sometimes we able begin pick the right people them for lead we, for make we able make sure say Sierra Leone goes forward. So my own last word, I dey encourage the government for help we, that we help Sierra Leone. I dey encourage the people in our Sierra Leone for think within the votes. We dey forgive una for the mistakes that we don't make in the past, but we'll get another opportunity in 2023 for vote the right people in. We pray God, as we current president pray God, say he go send, God go send the right leader, we go can help the country. You know, now my last word, and if Mother Bill succeed, I'll be a very happy man. If he succeed on education alone, I'll be a happy man. If he succeed on health, I'll be a happy man. But he has to succeed. And if he doesn't succeed, or if he doesn't live up to the expectation we've been get for him, or the promises that we don't make, let's vote him out and get somebody we go can help change Sierra Leone.
All right, thank you so much, Femi and T-Boy, and thank you to we listeners and viewers all over the world, for both on Facebook and YouTube. And thank you so very much to all we callers them for them contributions. We feel the emotions, the concern, and the love for Sierra Leone, because you can only talk about something that passionately and emotionally if you're connected with it. People are not fed up because they pronounce them frustration because they hate Sierra Leone. They pronounce it because they want it to be better. Like T-Boy stated earlier, there is no place like home. Sierra Leone is home. And one thing we may go emphasize here today, me believe passionately that our problem that we have is not mainly a societal problem, but a political problem. We have people who does not have the political will to change or do things that will lead Sierra Leone to the path of development. We're not saying you're going to change things overnight, but you can create the path for that. You just brush like a bush where they work. If the person where they can of money where they go na farm, a cut road they make, the people where they can and they continue for bush that road, they take the road smooth for people for worker. That is what we expect. But what we have seen in the last 3 going to 4 years is nothing short of retrogression. The country has gone way back. Wait till they feel Nasalo now, even during the war. We not experience what they experience, because during the war we have an excuse to say there was a war. But they inherited a democratic government, the peace in the country, but then we continue to go down the drain. So they sold us stuff that they think, we all go buy. We gave them chance. People willingly. I know a lot of people that came out and say, let's give them 2 years. That's what they ask for. They gave them 2 years, and then it turned to excuse. Now, all the buzzwords, they talk about them again. Now you hardly hear them talk about trust the process. So I believe we have a political problem in Sierra Leone, and that has to be solved. Because when you sick, you then a salon, then they ask you if you did APC, SLPP, you come on Southeast or Northwest. If you go to hospital, you may see no they not get care, you they die. If you think say you are in the diaspora and you not care because you get access, like I family say you're able for see light, you're able for see, but you have family members, it cost you 4 or 5 times the money where you for being saved now, so you get for send and for let your family live happy. Or when you go vacation, you have to spend 3, 4, 5 times for the things the way you need. So that is why it's important for all engage in the conversation and be honest with yourself. If you think these governments right now are doing the things that will lead Sierra Leone to prosperity, then vote for them in 2023. But if you believe that they're failing, they failed, they continue to fail the people, don't trust that lie to say, oh, give we all that chance. It had for developed country on a 2-2 term. Now lie, not 2-2 term. We voted for 5 years. Me vote. The reason I talk, I voted in Sierra Leone. It was very costly. I paid to go register and I paid to go again and vote. It cost me a lot of money. So now I make a talk in a politics problem. So me, if I get opportunity for vote, I talk about and I vote for this government next elections. I will say it right here and here now because they have not delivered and they've not showed that they will deliver. I don't know about you. Wait till go register this step if they allow them for register. The reason make I say if I get opportunity because they might block me not to go vote. These people will do that, So let's all join on. Let's push Salon go before until next week. Me Juma on behalf of the Sierra Media team. They say tata.
Yes, this not time for all Salon people and then party them. Sierra Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like Salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour and the Gladi program, Look Me, I Look You. All this they start soon na www.sierragemmedia.org. Now who's tem these?
The total population of Sierra Leone in 2019 was stated approximately at 7.8 million. And the most common cancer reported in 2018 was breast cancer, with an incidence rate of 25.1% and a mortality rate of 19.2%. Ward 2 at the Connaught Hospital, Freetown, is a female surgical ward that cares for patients requiring breast surgery, chemotherapy, and palliative care. General surgery also admits to the ward as see fit. The ward is in need of a significant refurbishment and has a major impact on patient assessment and delivery of treatment, dignity, comfort, and infection control measures. The current ward area presents a significant challenge to infection control. There is no fit for purpose or adequate personal hygiene facilities. The showers and sanitary areas are in poor condition and are difficult to clean. The flooring is deteriorated. Overall deco and fabric of the walls need repair and full decoration. Furniture, cupboards, and shelving require replacement. The sluice, known to be the dirty utility room, is in poor condition and needs replacing. Windows need to be replaced as current windows bring in draughts, dust, debris, mosquitoes, and rodents. There is no designated area to provide a day service for patients receiving chemotherapy. Medical supplies is desperately needed. Therefore, we need a total amount of £15,000, which is equivalent to 195 million leones, for this project. This project will focus on women diagnosed with breast cancer and other non-malignant breast abnormalities requiring one or more of the treatment modalities that are currently available. We will also set up a day unit for the administration of chemotherapy and provide training and development to ensure sustainability. Therefore, I am pleading to all individuals, organizations, and local businesses, and every Sierra Leonean and friends of Sierra Leone to make a meaningful contribution that will never go in vain. Ways to contribute will be seen at the end of this clip. I am Aissata Sisejalo of the Health Show Partnership Program. Remember, your health is your wealth.